Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Iran and Israel exchanged fire overnight in the most serious escalation of fighting since a U.S.-Iranian so-called truce was declared in April. Just this morning, Iran said it's halting its attacks on Israel, saying, quote, if the aggressions and acts of mischief continue, including in southern Lebanon, much more severe and crushing actions than before will follow,
biggest
unquote.
Story that I was seeing right now is the current state of the ceasefire. But just like the ceasefire with Gaza, I continually said, every week they say it's going to end. You know? Like, this can't be the biggest story week after week after week after week.
But it can be, because they get paid to make it so.
Earlier,
well, I do real work
and
cover actual stories
Israel,
when
claiming it was in
this is
response
easy.
to Israeli attacks near Beirut on Sunday. Israel responded with attacks on Iran, with explosions reported in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. The Israeli army also confirmed it struck a petrochemical plant in Mashhad. Israel attacked Iran despite President Trump telling Axios News on Sunday he planned to call Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to urge him not to respond to the first wave of Iranian missiles. President Trump also told the Financial Times Netanyahu had no choice but to accept a deal with Iran, saying, quote, I call all the shots. He doesn't call the shots, Trump said. This morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting, unquote. This after the Pentagon's DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, recently raised the counterintelligence threat assessment for Israel to critical. Amidst growing concerns, Israeli spy agencies are eavesdropping on American negotiators working on a ceasefire deal with Iran. Israeli airstrikes hit Beirut's suburbs on Sunday, despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that was renewed just days earlier. On Saturday, Israeli attack.
You know games like Surgeon Simulator?
No.
Where, like, the simulation games? Where they're, like... The simulation is the controls?
Sure. How do I make it the controller? I don't want to use the keyboard.
It's a PC-only game. I don't know if there is controller. I was just about to explain to you why you need the mouse.
I don't want to use the mouse and keyboard specifically. That's why I didn't want to play games, because I didn't want to sit on the keyboard playing a game.
Across southern Lebanon killed at least 10 people, including a brigadier general, a captain, and a Lebanese soldier. Since March, Israeli attacks have killed more than 3,500 people and displaced over a fifth of Lebanon's population. In Gaza, at least 7 Palestinians were killed and 15 others injured on Saturday when Israel's military bombed a large tent encampment in the heart of Gaza City. Children were among the dead and wounded. On Sunday, an Israeli strike on a police station and a vehicle killed at least 9 people and wounded 20 others. The attacks come despite last October's U.S.-brokered ceasefire. Since then, Israeli attacks have killed about 950 Palestinians. This is Abdul Salam Judah, the uncle of a Palestinian killed in an Israeli strike over the weekend.
What? What's happening?
We are ordinary citizens. We are looking for and asking for peace. We are neither calling for war, nor destruction, nor anything else. We are people who believe in a just peace.
In Ukraine, a Russian drone struck a
There's like a monster
fuel
over here.
storage facility inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone Sunday, heavily damaging a fuel reception building close to where large amounts of nuclear material are stored. Ukrainian officials say radiation levels remain within normal range and no injuries were reported. The IAEA called the strike deeply concerning and said inspectors would visit the site. Meanwhile, in the Zaporizhzhia region, Russian-guided bombs hit a public transit stop in Balabin, killing 3 civilians and wounding 3 others. This is the principal of a local school.
A guided bomb was dropped near the education institution. The explosion was very powerful as there were casualties. The school was severely damaged.
In France, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth used a D-Day anniversary ceremony at the American Military Cemetery in Normandy to attack European immigration policy, saying the continent is facing a new invasion.
Sadly, today, different European beaches are stormed by different dangerous ideologies. Beaches in Spain, in Italy, in Greece.
God damn it! Oh no, that was like uranium glass or something.
When will European capitals do something about that invasion? Or is it too late? I pray not, and I believe not.
This comes as Pope Leo
found
condemned
an
rising
ID or
European
something.
military spending to its highest levels since the end of the Cold War, calling it a betrayal of diplomacy. A federal lawsuit filed Saturday is seeking to block an Ultimate Fighting Championship UFC event scheduled for June 14th on the White House South Lawn, which happens to be President Trump's 80th birthday. The White House is branding the UFC event as part of the United States' 250th anniversary celebrations. The suit, brought by the Public Integrity Project on behalf of a Vietnam War veteran and civic activist,
looks like
argues
a
the
gold
UFC
bar or
fights
something.
would financially benefit
Is that you?
President Trump and UFC President Dana White through promotional opportunities
cosmetic
and
box.
stock holdings. The lawsuit cites a report that Trump
If you scroll the mouse wheel, it controls the
$50,000
distance the
in
object is
stock
from you.
in UFC's parent company. It also argues the Trump administration's approval violated National Park Service regulations
And then
prohibiting
holding
commercial
right-click
sporting events
and then
on
moving the mouse
specific federal
rotates it.
parklands. That Congress
Whatever
did
direction
not
you move
authorize
the
the
mouse.
construction of a towering 600-ton steel arch on the South Lawn, and that no environmental review was conducted. President Trump stormed out of an interview with NBC News' Kristen Welker Friday after she questioned him about compensating the January 6th insurrectionists who attacked police, as well as whether he had any evidence for rigged elections. Trump had agreed to record the sit-down interview for Meet the Press ahead of an event in Wisconsin.
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC, and CBS, and CNN.
And CBS. Shots fired. Bro, those are your own people.
In more media news, Scott Pelley, the 60 Minutes anchor recently fired by CBS News, has accused
Trying to get through a
editor-in-chief Barry
fucking
Weiss
door
of
right
distorting
now.
news coverage to support false narratives being pushed by the Trump administration. In an interview with the New York Times, Pelley cited Weiss's intervention in a 60-minute segment on the killing of Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis last January by a masked Border Patrol officer.
Barry Weiss sends an email to my boss, Tanya Simon. Two of the things in the email include, can we make the protesters look more violent? Now, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the quote, but that's what was communicated to me. And the other thing was Renee Good's car. You need to describe her as driving toward the officer.
Trump condemning CBS is like Mussolini being killed by Italians.
Funding for a program that provides free legal services for low-income immigrants facing deportation. She also announced a rapid legal
I think this is a
response
smartphone.
initiative that'll provide immediate representation to immigrants jailed at Delaney Hall, the GEO Group's for-profit ICE jail in Newark. At least 90 people have been arrested at protests
Oh, there's
outside
something on the
Delaney
shelf right
Hall
here.
over the past 2
Like
weeks as
pills.
prisoners inside hold a hunger and labor strike to protest inhumane conditions while demanding their freedom. One letter from a prisoner dated May 31st describes medical neglect, undrinkable water, expired and rancid food, unusable toilets, and poor ventilation.
What the fuck?
Prisoner writes, quote,
You getting attacked?
constantly threaten to deport us, transfer
Just try and move away from
units
it.
and move us from one detention center to another.
Oh my god! It's oh my fucking god, what is that? Go away!
Unquote. Meanwhile, New Jersey prosecutors have charged an Essex County police sergeant with stealing about $10,000 worth of equipment from reporter
It's because we
Angelina
touched his
Casares.
pills.
The photojournalist dropped her camera bag and had to be hospitalized after she was attacked by police while covering a protest at Delaney Hall in May. In California, 3 prisoners at a for-profit ICE jail in Atlanta were transferred to solitary confinement after they met last week with members of Congress to discuss their hunger strike. Prisoners launched the fast in May to protest medical neglect, rancid food, and inhumane conditions. Democratic Congress member Judy Chu of Pasadena told the Southern California news group she was horrified to hear about retaliation faced by the 3 men who she and Congress members Pete Aguilar and Jimmy Gomez visited last Monday. She said, quote, "The fact that they're being punished for speaking out about these conditions only underscores the cruelty and corrupt management of a facility that's profiting off of..."
My mistake was... I'm going back thinking I could help you. I should have just ran.
...of their suffering, unquote. In Ohio, gunfire erupted Saturday afternoon at a street festival in Toledo, wounding 12 people. The victims ranged in age from 14 to 61. Authorities say a search for the shooters is ongoing. And the European Commission has warned Albania's government against violating the EU's environmental rules after members of President Trump's family proposed building a massive luxury resort on an ecologically sensitive stretch of the Adriatic coast. Ivanka Trump revealed plans for the real estate project last month when she told podcast host David Senra about how she had discovered a private island along a stretch of Albanian coastline while traveling aboard a yacht with her husband, Jared Kushner.
Boat, and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated.
The area is part of a protected wildlife reserve that's home to seals, flamingos, and turtle nesting sites. Politico reports officials in Brussels have warned failure to protect the region could jeopardize Albania's bid to join the European Union. On Saturday, thousands of protesters marched through Albania's capital, Tirana, to oppose the luxury resort and called on Prime Minister
One of the best flags out there, am I right?
The Albanian one? Yeah, it's pretty good.
When that weird monster came, I was like, oh, maybe if I turn off my light, he won't attack me. And then I realized I don't know how to turn off the light.
Oh, that's fun.
I guess.
Rama to resign.
Oh, if you crouch, it will turn off.
I don't want it to be sold to somebody else. It's dirty
So if
money.
you press the hide button, it turns off.
This island. What do you mean? It's been discovered. It's ours.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Of what's going on with shipping, just when you thought it was safe to go back into the BAM, they're back. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and welcome to today's episode. That's right, the Houthi, friends of the show, are back and announcing that they are imposing a blockade against Israeli-owned and Israeli-flagged vessels transiting through our favorite piece of water in the entire planet, the BAM, the Bab el-Mandab. Cheers, as part of the tradition here at What's Going On with Shipping.
Oh my god, look what I found right when he said cheers.
So before we lock into this episode, we're going to be discussing this little piece of water here quite a bit.
Okay,
and I was told that we must have a disclaimer from the legal department here at What's Going On with Shipping. Today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping will refer to a region of the world known as the Bab el-Mandab quite a bit. And due to tradition in the show's history, a drinking game was started whenever this name was mentioned. On behalf of What's Going On with Shipping, the staff here at What's Going On with Shipping, and everybody associated with What's Going On with Shipping, we do not condone this practice in any way.
Okay,
however, we do participate in it.
I didn't know you were standing right next to me.
However, Any complaints, notes, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and JDAMs should be sent to the perpetrator of this tradition, and that is Yahi Sari, the official spokesman of the Yemeni Armed Forces and director of the Moral Guidance Department of the Armed Forces. I bring you back to our regularly scheduled program. Seriously? Was that necessary? Sorry. So, we do have an announcement out by the Houthis regarding this, and we're going to go directly to the statement. Now, it's important to note something here, real quick. The Bab el-Mandeb, cheers, is not closed. It is not. So this is the statement put out by Sari. I'm going to avoid a lot of the fluff here because it repeats itself quite a bit.
It fell
but
over
basically,
when I moved the cart.
in confronting what he calls, quote, American and Zionist aggression and the creation of Greater Israel under the name of the New Middle East, the Yemen Armed Forces launched a missile barrage targeting sensitive Israeli enemy targets in the occupied Jaffa region. The missile strikes achieved their objective with precision. Now, we know Houthi precision and effectiveness. It's not the greatest, and it kind of mirrors exactly what we have with Iran. But it's the rest of the statement that has some ramifications for us.
Under something.
First, we declare a complete and total ban on Israeli maritime navigation in the Red Sea, and we consider all enemy movements to be legitimate military targets for our armed forces from the moment this statement is issued. Second,
he's got a big mallet. He's got a big acne mallet.
And our military operations will intensify in accordance to the field developments.
He seems interested in my box. I think he knows I'm here.
And resistance. And
I think he saw me.
Reaffirm the right of our people and our peoples of our free nation to confront the American-Israeli aggression. Okay. So let's take a step. What is this? First, let's go and take a look at marine traffic. First off, ships are going through the region. We see that right here. They're going through the BAM. So we're not seeing a complete blockade. That is not what's happening.
If you grab
Some people are posting that it's shut, it's not.
And bring me back to the start, you can revive
However,
me.
the big concern has to be whether the Houthi decide to start targeting more vessels going through. Let's recap this for a second, and we're going to come back to this. So back in November of 2023, a month after the attack came out of Gaza into Israel, led by Hezbollah, and then Israel responded back, the Houthi decided to start targeting Israeli-flagged and Israeli-owned ships. In this case, the motor vessel Galaxy Leader. Here we see a Houthi Mi-8 HIP helicopter landing actually up on top of the structure of the Galaxy Leader. They're not fast roping, they actually land. And this is...
What, is he coming back?
Yep. It saves me.
The Houthis have blocked that waterway 10 times in 2 years, I know. What do we... What? Are you here? Am I supposed to be fighting you?
I have no idea.
Oh, you are here. Here, shoot me in the face with that. Okay, now just stay in the center and don't die.
Is the seizure and taking of Galaxy Leader, a ship, by the way, which is still held by the Houthi, although you'll see it's not in the greatest shape. The crew is held for almost 2 years, just short of that, and eventually released. And what we saw begin in November of 2023 was strikes against commercial shipping in the region. This is Galaxy Leader today off the beach of Yemen. Not in the greatest shape, as you can see. The ship was actually struck by Israeli and U.S. aircraft and has sunk, partially sunk, off the beach with the stern submerged and the bow kind of doing a wheelie up there onto the beach. This chart from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy tracks everything from seizure of Galaxy Leader all the way to the most recent attacks, which were in September of 2025. And what's interesting here is they track the evolution of not just attacks on ships, but also the different phases as the war expanded to include targeting not just Israeli ships, but U.S.
So run farther away
and
then
the
hide
general
from
tone
monsters.
of the overall strategy. Understand that over the course of 2 years, the Houthis struck about 127 ships. This chart comes to you from the Joint Maritime Information Center from their monthly summary report. This tracks all the way back from Galaxy Leader. The most significant attack was the Minerva Grok, which was sunk back in September of 2025. And these attacks in particularly demonstrated the Houthis' ability to reach out and touch ships. I will note, however, the Houthis hitting Israeli ships was a big question. When all told, you look at that chart, about 40% of the ships that were attacked were linked in some way to Israel, the U.S., and the U.K. 60% were not.
That?
And this is the big problem, is the Houthi weren't great at targeting ships linked to the Israelis. They're very good at trying to make a connection afterwards, but they were very poor in their targeting. Plus, 127 ships over 2 years is not a lot of shipping, but what the attacks did demonstrate is the impact the Houthi could have on shipping. This is the International Monetary Fund's Port Watch, shows you the disruptions for the Red Sea from 16 December 2023 to the present time. Attacks on commercial ships prompted shipping companies to reroute traffic away from the Red Sea, a systematically important shipping lane that facilitates about 15% of global maritime trade volume and over 22,000 transit calls annually. So I pulled this data for transits through the Bab el-Mandab. Cheers. You'll see here that prior to 2024, the average going through the region was somewhere around 70 to 80 ships. You can see the 7-day moving average here running through here. And they break it up into the different types. However, starting in December of 2023 into January of 2024, you see this massive drop from 70 to 80 ships down to 30 ships coming through, and even consistently has maintained this. If we go jump up here to 2026, and what we see is roughly 30 to 35 ships going through. So we have not yet seen a return back to the pre-war levels in September.
Did you see a monster?
Yeah.
Are you dead?
No, I'm hiding.
You in the bathroom?
Yeah.
That's a good hiding spot.
September of 2025, when The ceasefire was announced in Gaza. There was a hope that we were going to see a rekindling of trade going back through the Bab el-Mandeb. However, we never quite saw it. What happened as a result of the threat of Houthi attacks, more so than the actual Houthi attacks, was war risk insurance went up from about 0.05% to go through the Bab el-Mandeb up to 1%. 1% war risk insurance on $1 billion container ship carrying 20,000 boxes is $10 million. And to go around Africa is an extra $1 million in fuel. So when you weigh the cost, it was cheaper to go around Africa to do it. Plus shipping lines, like the idea of putting ships on elongated routes, they needed more ships, kept ships going, and inflated rates up. Now we have the Houthi announcing that they are going to start targeting Israeli-owned, Israeli-flagged ships once again. And the fear here is that can expand not just to Israeli-owned, Israeli-flagged ships, but to other ships allied with Israel, the United States, and potentially allies and shipping lines that do business with the Houthi. What does that mean for traffic going through that region? All right, so we come back here to marine traffic. So we still have those vessels going through the strait here, but notice the congregation of vessels. You've got the green vessels here off the port of Jeddah, and then the red vessels here off the port of Yanbu. So you have two things going on here at the same time. So off Yanbu, you have the east-west crude oil pipeline. This is how Saudi Arabia is getting its oil out. They're moving about 7 million barrels a day through this pipeline. Normally, you would be offloading oil in the Persian Gulf at Ras Tanura, the big, huge, massive Saudi Arabian facility. Instead, they're going by pipeline across to Yanbu. Here you see the port of Yanbu, ships at dock in the port right now, loading oil. All of them trying to get out. The problem you have in Yanbu is this. While you can move 7 million barrels of oil across in that pipeline, the loading facilities at Yanbu can only handle about 4.5 to 5 million barrels per day. The other element you have are all the cargo ships, the green cargo ships sitting off King Abdullah and Jeddah. So this is Mediterranean Shipping Company's post on how they bypass the Persian Gulf to get cargo to the countries within the Persian Gulf. They are moving cargo via King Abdullah and Jeddah via overland route.
Hang on, Sal. I thought I saw something light up in this room for me to grab. Alright, I'm coming, BG.
Getting up to Kuwait, getting to Bahrain, getting to Qatar, and getting to the UAE. The container ships that normally would be going into the Persian Gulf now going to the west coast of Saudi Arabia and then trucking them across the desert. Remember, Mediterranean Shipping Company has been a target for Iran. 2 ships have been seized by them, and we just had an attack on one of their container ships that's providing feeder service through the Persian Gulf here, just outside the port of Qusar in Iraq. Iran does not like Mediterranean shipping, and neither do the Houthis, by the way, because the wife of the owner of Mediterranean Shipping Company is Israeli, or dual citizenship to Israeli, and so they connect Mediterranean Shipping Company to Israel, plus Mediterranean Shipping Company does do business with Israel. So what does this mean if the Houthis decide to start hitting the Bab el-Mandeb? I'm actually doing my best not to say that too much in this episode. What happens if they do start doing these strikes? Well, the fear here is that you are going to create massive diversions. One of the things that container lines have been doing is putting cargo on smaller ships, feeding them through this area, and actually using other vessels of other shipping lines not subjected to attacks by the Houthi get cargo through. But if the Houthi decide to attack, and remember, this is a really narrow strait here. There's not a lot of room at all here. Very similar. We saw this over 2 years in this region. If all of a sudden this area is closed, then what you're going to see is a massive movement of goods heading around Africa, which you already see. I mean, if you look at that green line of ships coming, those are a lot of the containers.
Why are there children noises?
It's a monster. They all do different things. They see this box in the doorway? We just need to bring that to the exit, but there's a monster right next to it. Alright, you keep a lookout. Oh, there it is right there.
He's coming. I'll distract him.
He's got a laser. Hey, he helped me push the box. Come on, let's get out of here.
It's too late. Oh, that...
You alive?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Oh, come on.
There's a monster in the way. I went into a place that is not able to be gone out. He's right there. He sat down.
Just run.
Not gonna happen. I made it.
Alright, come on.
Alright, there's no door on that door.
Where'd you run to? Shift to sprint.
Away.
Come on.
I was closing
There
the
you
door.
go.
Were you born in a tent?
Ain't my house. We did it. This is shop. Extract items to purchase. No harm lasts here. I guess that means we can kill each other without consequence.
Container ships that you would normally see be heading west across the Indian Ocean into the Gulf of Aden through the Bab el-Mandeb. Cheers. up the Red Sea and out through the Suez. Now, if you need to get cargo into Western Saudi Arabia, for example, and you can't go that route, you literally have to circumnavigate Africa all the way around through the Straits of Gibraltar, through the Med, and then through the Suez and down. So you've got longer route. You've got a dual Suez Canal route because you got to go in and out. Not to mention the fact that everybody was expecting this route to open up, and it gives Iran now control over not one choke point, but 2 choke points. The Bab el-Mandab, the BAM, handles 15% of global shipping. The Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, handles 11% of global shipping.
Ooh,
it gets
these are like
even
stat
worse
upgrades.
with oil. What you have right now are large, very large crude carriers coming up into Yanbu. They're loading and then heading
Oh, the
out
rubber
and
ducky
heading
blows up.
across to
That's
Asia.
great.
And what happens if all of a sudden you can't get those ships out? Well, you can't take a fully loaded, very
by the
large
way,
crude
if you
carrier
shift and
through
press
the
Q,
Suez Canal.
you can
And what that
dive.
means is you're going to have to load
Go
oil
away.
into smaller vessels, ships that can go through
If
the
you
Suez Canal,
hold shift
Suez
and press
Canal
Q, you
vessels,
can dive.
come out, and then here in the Eastern Mediterranean do a ship-to-ship transfer to the
Q
very
is
large
actually
crude carriers,
the
'cause it's more
super
efficient
hide.
to carry cargo on larger ships. Because as the ship is longer, wider, deeper, you get a cube advantage, the volume increases. And now you've got to sail, instead of out of Yanbu, Asia, now you got to go all the way around Africa. The shutdown of the BAM is absolutely a nightmare scenario as long as the Strait of Hormuz
You don't want
is
stamina?
shut. And the announcement by Yemen threatening the closure of Israeli-owned, Israeli-linked vessels is the first step we saw in what happened back in November of 2023 and eventually expanded to a full-fledged kind of diversion of ships away from there. We saw drops of about 40% of the number of ships going through, but the biggest thing was the volume of cargo going through. Take you back over here to the IMF Port Watch. This is showing you transit calls and numbers of ships. If, however, we shift to volume, you'll see right here that on the 7-day average, we were moving anywhere from roughly about 3.5 million tons of cargo through the Bab el-Mandab. Fast forward to roughly 2024, 2025, that dropped down to a little bit over 1 million tons going through. It's come back up a bit. We're running about 1.2 million tons, but we're nowhere near where we were at earlier. And if the Houthis start targeting container ships, they start targeting tankers, that's going to cause a massive problem for global shipping. They haven't done it yet. What we've seen is another cheesy, Houthi video
change
showing
your
them
color.
launching missiles. They got a real fixation on showing videos of them launching missiles.
So you're not
with
just a
the
boring.
worst
I
music
guess,
ever
I guess you want to be the boring gray blob. Okay, just excuse me for thinking it would be any different.
Why would I care about the color? I can't see it.
Because the audience can see it. Duh.
Yeah. Unpainted. Fresh. Why is there a paired channel?
Bunk slot.
Already?
I just always have it on, because fuck it, why not? There's an arachnophobia setting. Does my head flap around when I press this? Jack? Is my head flopping around?
Yes, it is.
So if you press V, what's it sound like?
I don't know, it's probably... There you go.
It switches your input, that's so funny. Chat, 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 chat. Chat, 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 chat.
Refuse to show it to you. I just don't. It's just, I'll have a link in the show notes. You go look at it. But it's just another one of their cheesy videos. But this threat has the potential to repeat 2.0 what we saw happen back in 2024. And I think that is the danger that we need to be aware of. We're having the difficulties with the Strait of Hormuz, but if you throw in the Bab el-Mandeb, we're going to need something strong. We're going to need a bigger boat of drinks is what we're going to need. We're definitely going to need a bigger boat of drinks.
I love his title.
And then the worst feature.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the Bab el-Mandeb. The Jaws joke.
This, the absolute worst. The worst thing that can happen is not just a shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz and the BAM, but if you throw in the Suez Canal into this,
BAM!
Saudi Arabia is isolated. All these regions, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, southern Iraq, good chunks of the UAE, they are all isolated. And that is significant. Remember, it only took one ship making a wrong turn in the Suez Canal back in 2021 to shut the Suez Canal for 6 days and to bring you what's going on with shipping.
This looks
so
fragile.
Again, we can have major events happening. If we see a triple shutdown of a choke point in the Middle East, this is absolutely creating a bottleneck that's going to be very hard to fix. That's the danger, I think, going ahead here. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, give it a big thumbs up, and if you can, support the page and my liver. If you can, you can hit that super thanks button down below or head on over to Patreon. I crack myself up sometimes. I apologize.
Well, for more on this and how the details on how government plans to implement the various interventions outlined by President Cyril Ramaphosa, we're joined by the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Njabulo Nzuza.
Home Affairs.
Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. What is the plan of action of Home Affairs, and what is the instruction that the President gave to Home Affairs regarding his announcement last night?
Good evening, Oliver, and good evening to all your viewers at home. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you and the viewers. The President made very specific and very detailed interventions that will be implemented. Some of them already are in the process of implementation. We do accept that law enforcement operations, as the President said, must be heightened. We've already started the process of doing that. We have done some inspections as of last week, which are being done now in a joint manner between ourselves as Home Affairs, including the SAPS as well as Labour. What we're doing is not that those operations must be done when we are there ourselves as deputy ministers, but they must be done even when we have left. We have given strict instructions
there's
that
a laser.
teams must continue to work together. We'll be also be doing some more inspections also this week and the weeks to come to make sure that those who are in the country illegally are then deported to their various countries. What is also important is that
monster
companies that employ illegal foreign nationals, because if we cut out
He's attacking me.
Then you will have a situation where people are not, having an appetite to come into South Africa because they will originally be motivated by the fact that they will find jobs. One of the things that the President talked about is the capacitation of...
Njabulo, sorry, can I just pause you there? You say that there will be a focus on
I haven't even
cracking
posted
down
the
on
poll.
those who employ undocumented foreign nationals. What role will Home Affairs play in that? Because my understanding is that that is the role of the Department of Labor along with its labor inspectors.
As I've indicated, that the operations that we are undertaking now, they are joint operations with the Department of Labor together with the South African Police Service, which is how we are working now. You will find that when we come into an establishment, the first thing is that the employer must be checked if he himself is legally within the country, because you find that mostly it's the employers who are also coming from outside the country. Then you have to verify if the people that are employed there actually have the necessary set of documents. Now, Labour will not have the competency to do that, which is where we come in as Home Affairs. Then we do indicate that indeed this employer has employed illegal people. The police are also there to make sure that we enforce the law, because sometimes these things also go with criminality. So that's a very important aspect in terms of the inspections that we're doing, that we're now working together. Now, as I've indicated, we don't just work together when there is myself, Deputy Minister of Labour, and Deputy Minister of Police. Even when we are gone, the teams will remain in the areas and continue to work together.
Yeah,
Now, one of the things
We got enough.
Let's perhaps get context about where we are right now, and of course that gives us a platform to be able to compare what the impact of the new interventions will be. What is the capacity currently of the detention centers that's being used by Home Affairs for the detention of undocumented foreign nationals? What's the capacity at the
That was
moment?
easy. More art museums. Those are the good levels.
Capacity?
The law requires us that when we detain people in
This
various areas,
level has
we detain
multiple
them in
extraction
police
points.
stations. So
Clear
the same
them
capacity
all.
that the South African police has is the same capacity that we have access to.
What?
It doesn't mean that when we capture a person during a law enforcement operation, we must then take
Oh,
them
and it
to
left
London.
us
So that
the
is why
leftover.
we have footprint throughout
We still
the
have
country, and that is
3,000 in
why
the
we are
cart.
working together to make sure that our enforcement operations actually carry
I take
out,
back what I said about it
more
being an
weight.
easy
One of
level.
the
Now
things
I'm
that the
scared.
president announced is the
I'm
issue
so
of the introduction
fucking
of the
scared.
specialized immigration courts. Now, the law requires that before you deport a person, you must firstly take them before a magistrate.
Yeah.
So now it will be easier for us to do that. So that is what is new about the way in which the president announced the interventions, that all operations now will take a all-of-government approach, making it quicker and faster for us to deport illegal immigrants.
Okay, I want to go back to the question around the capacity, because I want to make the example that you brought up of the Lindela Repatriation Center, which is located in Mogale City on the west rand of Gauteng, which is one of the largest repatriation centers on the continent, by the way. I think it's an important thing to note there. The Lindela Repatriation Center has with it a court processing system. That is to say, those repatriates who are there are able to engage with lawyers, particularly those provided by the United Nations, that also has an office based at Lindela Repatriation Center, to be able to help either fast track this or those who are incorrectly detained to release those people. That process in and of itself, as you say, is quite a laborious one, and it requires more specialized magistrates courts to exist and operate to be able to fast track that. I know it's not a question that you might have an answer to, but you say it's a joint operation, so I do assume that you'll have the answer to it. How many magistrates courts do we have? How many immigration magistrate courts do we have in South Africa at the moment? And by what capacity will that be increased to be able to effect the implementation of the president's interventions?
Yeah, currently we do not have specialized immigration.
Now the laser's off.
Magistrate courts. All those that
Oh,
we
no, it's back
actually
on.
arrest
It's
during
proximity
operations,
sensor,
they
I
are
guess.
taken through to normal magistrate courts, which span throughout the country. Yes, Lindela is our center where we then take people out of the country. What we have realized is that we have actually done more deportations over the past years.
What the fuck is this thing, a tick? Get off of me.
Over the past years, which really shows that we are serious about deporting illegal immigrants. We also know that this comes at a very high cost to the department to deport illegal immigrants. That is why we are now looking at a way in which we can actually be sending the bills that have to do with deportation to various embassies. We have seen that they actually have the capacity
Tick in the laser
and
hall.
resources to come and take their citizens in the country,
Just
to
run.
chartered flights and so on. So that really
Knock it off,
opens
yeah,
us our
I
eyes
guess.
to say, look, we must now think about saying it must be cheaper for us, and we'll have those engagements.
There's a big gem that
Some
I
of
can't
the countries we already
lift into
have
the
return
thing.
agreements with
Yeah, you
regards
gotta
to
drag it to
deportation,
extraction.
where
Oh,
they
here it
actually
comes.
pay some cost
Great,
for
because it's
people
already
who have overstayed
lost
in
3,000
But one
value.
thing
Yeah,
I can
that's
tell you
that's
is
what
that
I did
this new way of
in the
working
last one. I found a big ass
integratively
gem.
with us, it gives us further reach, gives us more access to crack down on enforcement and illegal immigration.
Deputy Minister, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Jabula Nzuza, the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Hey, Tick. Where's the extraction?
Oh, it broke.
Oh, big head, big head.
Hundreds of residents made their way to the streets of KwaThema before gathering in Springs, where they handed over a memorandum of demand to the acting station commander, Colonel Ramlel. Community members say they are frustrated by what they describe as a growing impact of undocumented immigration on jobs, crime, and access to services. Organizers of the marches say their concerns are not directed at law-abiding foreign nationals, but at criminality and failures in law enforcement.
We love you, police.
He's right here.
We feel your pain. We feel that the government is less
Oh
paying
my
you.
fucking
That's why
God.
sometimes people are getting caught in this nonsense.
Oh, he does a little clack clack.
Acting station commander Colonel Ramlel. Community members say they are frustrated by what they describe as a growing impact of undocumented immigration on jobs, crime, and access to services. Organizers of the marches say their concerns are not directed at law-abiding foreign nationals, but at criminality and failures in law enforcement.
We love you, police. We feel your pain. We feel that the government is less paying you. That's why sometimes people are getting caught in this nonsense. But please, you took an oath. Mr. Station Commander, you know the police that are dirty in your station. Fix them, fire them, transfer them to other stations that are okay. Transfer them to Hillbrook, because every police there is okay with that nonsense that is happening there.
Despite the strong sentiment expressed during the demonstration, organizers emphasized that the protest remained peaceful throughout. No businesses were looted, no properties was damaged, and no arrests were reported. Activists say the march was intended to send a message to government that communities are becoming increasingly frustrated by what they perceive as lack of action.
So fucking scared, bro.
Of a tired, normal citizen of South Africa that says enough is enough. Can these illegal immigrants
He's not even
perish
here.
in this country?
Police maintained a visible presence throughout the march and monitored proceedings as residents handed over their memorandum.
Where did this migration thing in South Africa come from?
Guarantees the right to protest. Demonstration must
you find
remain
it?
peaceful and lawful. The memorandum calls for
It's South Africa. So, because there's destabilization nearby, people are mad about migration. It's just like how Lebanon is was always pissed about the Syrian migrants and stuff.
Yeah.
And Turkey. Okay, I found the exit.
South Africa and urges authorities to strengthen the law enforcement of immigration laws. For SABC News, I'm Luyanda Danga in Guatemala.
It's upstairs.
Hundreds of residents made their way to the streets of Guatemala before gathering in a Hundreds of residents made their way to the
fuck? It must be
Hundreds of residents made their way to the streets of Guatemala before gathering in Springs, where they handed over a memorandum of demand to the acting.
What about it?
It was set on repeat.
Nico Mplaba joins us now. So Nico, good afternoon. What's happening there?
Wait, bring the car back, fuck.
Stephen, we are here.
Oh, there's enough here.
At the district. So
You just gotta leave.
Need more money.
We are here with the different organizations, different forums in the East End. So what they've been doing, Stephen,
Come here,
they've been visiting different industrial areas where they would be submitting their
Stop moving.
But at the heart of their problem, they are saying they are calling for the employment of locals and calling out the companies they allege are employing people who are not documented. So these are different forums, Stephen. One of them is the organization that is coming from the Truck Drivers Association, but other local sectors as well are here. So they are speaking in one voice against the very same issue of alleged employment of people who do not have the necessary documents in South Africa. But to get more details, Stephen, about the actual
Alright, now we just gotta get out of here.
having problems with them, joined by one of the organizers, Mr. Nyambose, Mr. Mteto. Nyambose, ngiyabonga kakhulu ngesikhathi sakho. Ngicela nje usitshele nje ukuthi ningobani nje manihlangane la nokuthi izikhalo
ngiyabonga mfowethu njengoba ngikhuluma ngomthethwa obuya kwi-ATF forum le. So-ke sinama-forums ehlukene ngoba sicula iculo elilodwa. Sicula iculo lokuthi abantu bayadlala uhulumeni wakhe uzovakasha. Okokuqala umuntu ongaphandle mayizela the maximum days kuyi-30 days, it's not more than that. So uma ubheka umuntu ovakashile evakashe ngoba enikezwe 30 days uthola umsebenzi. Which means wonke umuntu South Africa.
What if we did 2 movies today?
Got to be enough people.
What's enough people?
More than 2. Are you bumping me?
Tell your friends.
Are you bumping me?
I didn't even realize I was packing a car.
There is no
I don't know if we complete it.
Africa as a whole, South Africa.
As long as someone's alive. See, does it start us from the beginning though?
You came to this particular industrial area where you feel maybe in terms of allegations that you're leveling that there might be companies that have employed abantu bangaphandle lana mhlawumbe ukuthi nikhethe le ndawo nokuthi khona nikuzwile yini ukuthi la makhampani lana angama-suspects ale ikhalo zenu.
Mina as a truck driver onke la makhampani la including amakhampani ase-Boksburg kwi-agriculture esiqale kuwo ngiyaye ngidilive khona uyangena i-security i-foreigner ngaphakathi abantu abazokusiza nge-forklift i-foreigner ungena ngaphakathi e-office losayina amaphepha i-foreigner, which means as a truck driver wonke la makhampani esiwahambelayo hhayi ukuthi siyawabuza siyawazi ukuthi adominate ngama-foreign.
Yeah, it's not in English.
No, I know it's not English. And it's obviously an African language. I don't know what language it is. But just the cadence a little bit sounded like Spanish.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Geopolitical
Hey,
Trends,
you found it.
For decades, many analysts in the West assumed that China owns North Korea.
No.
Because it paid its bills, it shielded it from the world.
It's called a vassal state, my dude. You should know this.
Pyongyang like a chess piece, it could move it at will, which was a wrong assessment, by the way.
Correct.
Then Putin showed up, and Kim Jong-un got a little closer to Russia. Now you have President Xi Jinping, who's flying, as a matter of fact. He is in North Korea today. He's going to be on the 8th and the 9th for a 2-day trip. He's already in North Korea for the first trip or time since about 7-8 years, that is. Not as some sort of some analysts in the West are saying, oh, Xi Jinping is worrying about. No, he's not. And this is why I wanted to do the live stream for you, because there is already what's been, and I've been reading the last 48 hours about this one here. It's the wrong perception that the West is projecting as to why President Xi Jinping is going to North Korea, because he is concerned about Russia taking over. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. So this is why in this live stream, I'm going to be providing you my own analysis about why that is. I'm going to share with you an excerpt from my current book. I am working on the China book, so you'll be the first one to hear an excerpt from that book. So when you have the 3 nuclear powers, we think about Russia, China, and North Korea. Iran is in the mix of that partnership or that alliance, if you will. But let's just think about the nuclear power ones, the 3, Russia, China, and North Korea. And this, what you have a very silent alliance. You know, there is no formal treaty as to...
New proposition. Rather than it being Russia, China, and North Korea, what if it's China and North Korea looking to annex Greater Manchuria? which would include Vladivostok and a bit of the coast up the edge. What if they're like, oh, Russia not doing so hot right now. Maybe we should look at kicking them while they're down. What if it was that? Because, like, if China's gonna do it, like the Taiwan thing, why not? Because if they're... but this would also put them in more conflict with Japan. So... I hope it's not this. But... if we have a look here... right? I'm not sure if it takes any of North Korea. I don't think it does. So it would be beneficial for North Korea not to have a border with Russia. Why not just have a single border? And if North Korea's got a lot of fucking troops. China's got a lot of goddamn troops. Russia won't be able to defend this shit. They're not going to be able to mount 1.5 million soldiers like they did in the invasion of Manchuria. There's no fucking way. They would not be able to mobilize. This would be the easiest land grab China could ever make. They would get Vladivostok, they would wipe out the Russian Eastern Fleet. Potentially, if they gave back the Kuril Islands, or at least, like, said to Japan, hey, we're gonna do this. Do you want the Kuril Islands? Do you want to help us? Japan could maybe get them out of the idea of invading Taiwan and going for this instead. Potentially. So, I don't know, like, I feel like that's a better option. For all parties involved. Except for Russia. But at this point, Russia's so overextended. There's no way that they'd be able to hold this.
You know how funny it would be if the head was flapping while you talked right now?
Yeah. Let me see if I can turn open mic on.
Well, you can... Do you have two mics plugged in? It's V to talk, so as long as you have the second mic be the mic that it maps.
Is there no open mic?
There might be, but I just know V is push to talk.
I'll push to talk off. Oh, you know what I can do? I reckon this might work.
Yeah, but...
It worked. It worked.
Yeah, now it's echoing, because it's also in the game, though. Which is
you ready? And now it's only coming through. Oh, I get...
Whoops. Hold on, I think I can just rejoin.
What, did you quit the game?
Yeah, I accidentally went to the main menu. You're gonna have to invite me.
I don't know if it works that way. But we literally didn't do anything. There was just a gem right in the beginning of that level.
Yeah, I know, I saw. Settings. Controls. No, but this is good. I'm gonna keep ranting once I get back in, but just Make it bigger. North Korea is modernizing its military. They're getting equipment Russia has had for 30 years. Yeah, no. There was that nuclear engine that they seized on one of those shadow fleets from Russia that they were theorizing was going to a North Korean submarine as a part of a quid pro quo for sending those North Korean troops. Now, China kind of has a really, really good position if they wanted to do this, because at this point, China is the only thing keeping Russia afloat. Like, they are just wallowing. Now that Trump has lifted sanctions on Russian oil and shit, it's a little less shitty for them, I imagine. Not including the whole lost my train of thought. But irrelevant. China, maybe not North Korea, but this would be more like in Civ when we ask an irrelevant other civilization to come to war with us. Eventually they'll send the
Don't talk about
troop.
Gilgamesh like that.
Yeah, eventually they might send some troops. But, like, for the most part, this would probably be a PLA movement with the Navy also going in as well. Like, they could easily... The Russian fleet is aging. Like, the Russian fleet is really aging. Right. Okay, the Russian Pacific Fleet. Order of battle, surface ships. Oh, interesting. They do have a couple newer ships. But a lot of their ships are from like the 80s.
Okay, go ahead.
Like Soviet era.
I got y'all framed up.
Okay. So like Soviet era ships and stuff, 90s, 80s. Where all of China's ships are like pretty goddamn new. Interesting. Like I just don't. What really, like, realistically is the capabilities of the Russian Navy? Like, they've been getting fucked by Ukraine and they don't even have a navy. So, like, I don't know. It seems like if China wanted to do anything and prevent pissing off the West, why not go for Russia? Like, really? If China's looking at their options on the table and they want more land, right? They're already trying to position themselves as being like, hey, they look more like us. We deserve to rule over them. And this is not me being in favor of the CCP. This is just me looking at actual options on the table and why they would be going to North Korea. Because I don't know if you've been seeing, but North Korea has been doing the China thing where they've been putting LEDs on their lights and they have these super expensive restaurants in Pyongyang that nobody else can go to except the party members. And they've been modernizing, allowing people to drive cars, purchase cars, like personal sort of property sort of things, which is very interesting. Obviously, it's still a very opaque country, so we don't really know what's going on in there. I looked up the other week whether there was a diplomatic mission from North Korea to Australia, because I was going to email them and be like, hey,
let me do journalism there. And like, I'd be so interested to do so. It would be fascinating. Like, North Korea infinitely interests me. Like, why is this country like this? Why are you like this? Tell me all of it. But I don't know, I can't think of any immediate reason why North Korea would be hosting China, why Xi Jinping would come to to North Korea for the first time in years. Like, why? They're just sort of reading the room. Taiwan is there. Maybe he's trying to shore up support for Taiwan. Maybe. I don't think the Koreas are going to get involved. I think they're both going to sit it out. They'll just be like, this is not our problem. So, I don't know. It's just like, it's an interesting prospect of why he would be going to to North Korea. I still think they're like low-key on this thing. I think they've been eyeing this for a little bit.
Eyeing what?
Greater Manchuria. See the shaded red bit? Into Russia?
Oh, I mean, of course. Okay.
And this is what I was saying.
I'll respond when...
Is that I reckon that maybe they might be looking to take this area here. I don't know if they'd go any further up. It might be a bit hard for them to hold it, but like, I'm really because like it is just a little bit of a peninsula here, so you could just like draw a straight line and leave the rest. It's not much of the Russian territory. They'd still be pissed because they'd lose Vladivostok, which is where their Pacific Fleet is based. So like, that's the big thing, and that's the reason they'd be really annoyed. Wouldn't it be funny if they did try to cut off the entire eastern end, and now China borders Alaska? I think that would be very interesting. What is this angle?
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
So, what happens if Russia, North Korea, and China unite? First of all, we need to define what unite means, okay? NATO is a strategic defensive alliance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I think from when it comes to like a military perspective, that's the only thing that matters in that regard.
Yes.
Okay, and the thing about that is that they would all, like, it would be like standardization, cooperative tactics. I mean, China already does cooperative drills with India and different countries sometimes. You know,
would they standardize to Chinese weapons or Russian weapons? Surely Chinese, right? There's no way they'd be like, oh, Russian production needs to fund all three militaries. There's no way. They don't have that production capability. Where China can just shit out weapons. But yeah,
like, I could see
standardization is interesting.
Not all three of them, but I could see either Russia and North Korea or China and North Korea do some type of standardization. But also, like, I think that's a pretty big leap, right?
Yes,
like
jumping to, like, they're trying to do a NATO counter.
Yeah. Well, and plus, Russia has tried that in the past.
And
Technically, it's still around. I mean, look how good it was at preventing the invasion of Armenia. You know, it's so bad that the agents who shill for these regimes went and started calling BRICS a thing now.
Yeah.
Because I don't even remember what the Russian NATO was.
It wasn't it the Warsaw Pact?
ASEAN?
No. That's
No.
Asia.
After Warsaw. Warsaw. Modern era. It's still around. It's like ACEN? CSTO.
Okay. Asian is the Southeast Asian.
I'm being attacked by something. I'm just running around crazy.
That's fine. I'm dragging this thing. I think it's a flamethrower.
I don't know where I am.
Oh, no.
Oh, by the way, so I looked up.
Oh my god, it's invisible. The thing attacking us is invisible.
I looked up the monsters just to see like what to do about the head, because we've encountered them twice, and it's like I looked it up and it's like, this is the deadliest monster. You basically can't do shit.
Great.
Its only weakness is that it has bad eyesight, so you can crouch and hide easier from it.
The monster is invisible.
Well, it didn't hurt me. And there's these balloons here. You think these have something to do with him?
Why is there a fucking child? Why is there a child?
It's just one of the monsters, bruv. See, there's these balloons. I didn't like that. I didn't know what that was. I don't like it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Watch out. The kid is in that room.
I know. You got attacked by the invisible thing.
The kid is jumping on the cart.
I saw. Uh-oh, the child. It didn't see me.
Anyway. So that organization was a joke because it couldn't even prevent the war in Armenia. Like, I think we can all agree that the actual true test of NATO would be preventing a war between NATO countries.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's the whole reason why countries like Poland joined NATO to begin with. So, who would be the most likely NATO members to go to war? Is there probably something in the Balkans? Who's Balkans NATO members? Who's not in NATO? Bosnia's not, right?
I'll get a...
Bosnia?
Hold on.
Well, NATO intervened in Bosnia, though.
Albania? Bulgaria? These are in it.
What is it?
Albania, Bulgaria... wouldn't really count it, but North Macedonia is there. Slovakia, Slovenia.
North Macedonia's in NATO?
Romania. Yeah, they are. I don't see any other ones. Czechia, Croatia.
Greece and
Turkey. It's funny
Turkey?
seeing Finland and Sweden
Greece
in
and
there
Turkey?
now. Huh?
The most likely NATO members who would go to war, Greece and Turkey.
Oh yeah. Greece and Turkey.
Or Greece and North Macedonia even, because the whole reason they're called North Macedonia is because Greece wouldn't let them be called Macedonia.
Yes.
Oh, Fudge already said Turkey and Greece.
Oh,
Yeah,
did he?
Turkey and Greece. But that's not... Because Turkey is a huge country. That would be like one of the big CSTO members, when Armenia and Azerbaijan are both tiny countries. So I think it would be most comparable to a Balkan conflict. So that would be the ultimate test of NATO, if a Balkan conflict between NATO members broke out and they weren't able to contain it. And that's what happened to the CSTO when Azerbaijan invaded Armenia. Russia allowed the CSTO to be just thrown away like that.
Yeah, because it wasn't really anything. They had
Like,
no intention of having that security pact. That was
if
just
Trump
a LARP.
was in power when that Balkan conflict came out, it might be the same result. But
yeah, true.
pretty much anyone else, they would not allow NATO to be just tarnished and thrown away like that, the way that Putin did when Azerbaijan invaded Armenia. Because Armenia, at the end of the day, Azerbaijan has a lot more to offer than Armenia, and Russia doesn't care.
Yeah.
So that's like, it's you can't just do game theory and ignore the leaders' personalities of these countries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, as far as a strategic alliance, Russia has proven that they cannot maintain a strategic alliance because Azerbaijan invaded Armenia. China has an entire policy that is this non-military interventionist policy.
They're not going to keep anything together.
So, yeah, they're not going to deploy peacekeepers. That's not what China does. So,
It
kind
wouldn't
of
be a
already can't
security
have that
treaty.
strategic alliance. So you're
Yeah,
not
but
going to standardize. It's literally
Yeah.
impossible for these countries to commit to a strategic alliance.
And usually if China's making deals, they're benefiting from that deal. Right? Like with Russia. They supply tech. They sell tons in China. Cars, tech, everything. Russian products are being replaced by Chinese products, all because China's keeping the Russian economy afloat.
The last time China provided peacekeepers in Kosovo. I mean, technically those mountain bases, if that's what you're talking about, those are border guards, really, not peacekeepers. So here's the other thing, okay? So has North Korea said anything about if, like, for example, if they said that anyone invades Taiwan, like if the Americans invade Taiwan, that they'll get involved? Have they said that, has China said that if North Korea gets invaded by South Korea, they'll get involved?
I don't believe so.
Nothing like that either. So
I don't believe North Korea's made a comment about Taiwan either. I don't think they would.
So what alliance? Like, what does it mean if they unite? If we already have done so many pegs on this board for why they wouldn't be in a strategic alliance, what's left?
This takes me back to China and North Korea
Child.
working together. Like this leads me back to thinking. I just think that it's more likely that we'll see Russia and get attacked by China and North Korea. It makes more sense in this scenario. Because I know that they've been eyeing this shit. Israel's doing the Greater Israel thing. Russia's invading Ukraine. Imperial spheres are back. Like, it's fucking on. And I hope I'm wrong.
Ouch.
Like, I fucking hope that I'm wrong. I hope that this isn't what this is happening. I hope this is just like a food aid visit where he's like, hey, how much food do you need?
All right, go ahead.
I hope that's what it is.
Go ahead.
It'd be fantastic if all it was Xi Jinping going, hey, we have a surplus of food. You want some? That'd be great. I'm dying. And it ran me into the child.
Just hide when it lets you go. Go right underneath that table. Quick! The child can still see you, so you have to get out of this balloon area. You just have to take the cart to the exit at this point. But what's left? What kind of alliance is left?
Between the three of them?
Yeah.
Not much.
Anything military that could possibly happen? Like if
It's only really economic that I can see it working. I mean, North Korea uses Siberia for their labor camps. So, like, there's that relationship there. I would say that, as I said before, North Korea probably sent troops in exchange for that submarine engine that got seized. I'm sure that that was maybe a part of the deal. And that's why we... What the fuck? And that's why we saw the Russian ship taking that to what people think... Fuck off. People think that the Russians were sending it over to North Korea. Hey. Ahead.
Yeah. Now you just gotta get out of here.
This way?
I don't know.
So there's like small relationships there that North Korea and China have with Russia. Obviously China's right on Russia's border. There's a bunch of stuff there. North Korea does the prison camps and shit. So it's like the relationship is there.
Hey,
is
a
it
puffin.
enough? I'm not sure.
You need 1,000 more still.
Wow. Come here, videotape.
There you go. That should be enough.
Yep.
So anyway, now my actual response.
Chinese weapons are derived from Russian weapons, so
Yeah,
there's like, it's not. Yeah, it's not, but it's like there's something there. But even then, I don't know. I'm assuming North Korea doesn't make their own weapons, and it comes from China. But let me check if that's real. What military weapons does the DPRK use? Soviet and Chinese equipment and revive.
They use the Type 88, older Type 58 and Type 68 variants. Infantry utilizes RPGs and heavy machine guns. Portable guided mission systems, they're Russian. Artillery is Russian.
Okay, can I do my actual response now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what all these people ignore is great power politics involved in the situation. So both Russia and China are great powers who have their own interest, right? And the other side of it is that when it comes to America and like NATO strategic alliance, World War II was so devastating that it made all these countries realize that if they give a little up, like each person gives something up. That's why Trump's being like, we're not being treated fairly. It's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be. You're interlinking yourselves with other countries' economies and defenses, and that in turn makes it so peace is able to be maintained. I mean, how much more aggressive would Russia be today if NATO didn't exist?
A lot. They would be trying to retake the Soviet Union. So, like...
So... And then, like, China has its own interest, and part of those interests are in Russian land.
Yes.
So...
This is why I can... Like, I haven't landed on this, but I've been thinking about this for a little bit. And I've mentioned it a couple times, this whole, like, Greater Manchuria push from China. What's interesting is Mongolia. That's going to be the interesting piece.
Poor Mongolia.
I know. So, like, this is going to be the interesting piece.
Did you see that there's a little cart here?
No, I know. I pushed it towards you. It's 19,000 though. So yeah, like my interest is how Mongolia feels about all of this, because they're very quiet. We don't hear much from Mongolia.
Do you need anything?
No.
Oh.
I think they
you already
keep
put
their head
something in
down.
there.
I put more stamina in there. But I think Mongolia keeps its head down for the most part because they understand that they're wedged between two global superpowers, UN Security Council states, who will veto any complaint that they have. They're kind of fucked.
But let's really give Ulalau credit here, all right, to take him seriously. How we have to come up with a scenario where these three countries can unite. What are they uniting over? I'm leaving without you. Goodbye.
Afghanistan.
What does North Korea give a shit about Afghanistan?
I don't fucking know.
North Korea got involved with Israel and Egypt because it was an important waterway as well, and it had a chance to give them power projection.
What about South Korea?
South Korea? Like, what do they get? Like a super fascist dictator or something? Like, the only way to, like, even make it remotely realistic
is if South Korea elects
No. Is if, like, if the world wasn't the way it is. Like, you would have to, like...
roll it back to 89, basically.
Or just knock out leaders and, like, invent scenarios. So, like, without inventing, like, a new leader coming in South Korea to start conflict, what are they uniting over? Like, it would have to be Trump.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what.
Okay.
Trump is not a...
I got it.
Trump is
I got it.
not
I
a
got it.
bad
I got it.
suggestion.
Here's what could potentially happen. Al-Qaeda does a massive attack on America. Afghanistan redeploys.
And they're in defense of Afghanistan?
Yes. And the Taliban go to... They would go to Russia before they would go to China, but China's there too. Right? And then that would be Russia and China.
Because there is a threat there. Well, okay. Not even America. What if Al-Qaeda...
What if an Al-Qaeda event happened in China? Or...
That might do it. I'm thinking specifically in Xinjiang because there's heavy infrastructure there. Oil infrastructure, that kind of stuff.
See, I think China would just face tank it. That's the thing.
Like, they wouldn't tell anybody about it. They just eat it.
Yeah. They'd just be like, everything's fine, we killed the guys who did it. And then use it to justify something internally.
Even more crackdown on the Uyghurs.
See, because like with Syria, that's another thing. Is Russia and China are both there.
Yeah.
Those ports in the Mediterranean are technically kind of important to Korea.
What if it was another world war against fascism, except America and the West were the fascists? It's like all the fascists running in the West, they win. Pauline Hanson's Prime Minister of Australia. Nigel Farage,
like I said, that's the thing. Is
Prime
like
Minister
the only
of
way
England.
we could realistically come up with a scenario is like if there's sweeping power turnovers in a certain country. So like to even act like this is close to happening, I don't know what Ululao's point even is. Look at how long we've spent just trying to figure out a scenario where this could happen.
Yeah. It's just everything's pointing back to this is China and North Korea making some kind of deal just in case they want to go after Russia. Obviously, it's a pretty big fucking stretch.
The thing
but
is,
what else is there?
North Korea is one. They think that if they use their military, it'll leave them open to invasion from South Korea, like right?
Yeah.
And then China is scared of a Tiananmen Square event.
Okay, so what if they went to South Korea and said, "You don't like Russia, right? What if we did this?"
That's not you.
What if we just had a temporary truce where we can move our troops to move into Russia to take Greater Manchuria, and then we work on a peace deal? Knock out one of these threats. Get South Korea on board. Get some of their artillery pieces.
Jack?
Maybe that could be the scenario.
Jack, do you see any monsters around?
No, it's probably the invisible one again.
Nope, they definitely weren't invisible.
Turn around.
Oh fuck, it's right there.
I'll be back.
Don't leave me here. I'm in between two monsters.
That I know of, and that is so far where things stand. So you have Russia, China, and North Korea, and not officially partners on paper, but right now they are acting as one. And this is, by the way, will be the most challenging one for the United States. And this is why the US now is terrified about where these developments are going. Not that they're gonna, just because they are nuclear powers, they're gonna do whatever. No, it's not has to do with that. It has to do with where the US concerns are. And I'm gonna tackle, for example, Japan-owned defense ministry now is calling it the New World Order. So Japan is now stating that term. Japan is increasing its own defense budget. You have a Quad that has showed a failure, a dramatic failure with Australia, Japan, India, and the US. So the US now and its allies have no playbook whatsoever for this developments that is taking place. And it all comes as President Xi landed in North Korea to meet with his counterpart, Kim Jong-un. Very interesting development. I thought about it and I said, no, you need to know what's going on with this trip. and the significance of it. So this is significant in my opinion on two fronts. One is geopolitical and the other one is economic. And I'm going to share with you as to why that is. So as I mentioned, to those who just came in right now joining us here, President Xi Jinping is already arrived to Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, for his trip that's going to be today and tomorrow. So, and the last trip President Xi Jinping made was in 2000, if I am to remember, 19. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do remember around that time. So. And that trip was at the invitation, by the way, of Kim Jong-un. And this also marks President Xi Jinping's first overseas trip in 2026. Destination usually gives you an idea about the political or the geopolitical trajectory of where that country, be it the host or the guest, where they see things moving forward. And of course, in the case of China, this comes after the recent.
How's our poll doing?
After the recent trips of
Not
world
great.
leaders, 5 members of the UN Security Council, and I did a video, recorded one. If you can check it out, I did an analysis, recorded one about how Beijing now it became the center, not Washington, but Beijing rather became the center of the new global order. And that is the significance of this particular trip. I'm going to get the link for those whom I have missed the recorded vid. So I'm going to share it with you in the chat box. You can check it out later on if you feel like listening to that. Now, the idea, as I said, you have Donald Trump, you have Vladimir Putin, you have Pedro Sanchez of Spain, you have Stammer of UK, you have Carney of Canada, you have United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Vietnam, all of them converged into this. But this one here is different. And this is where I am going to provide you two sides of the argument. One from Western analysts, how they are reading President Xi Jinping's trip to North Korea, and I provide you my own analysis, how I challenge that assumption of those Western leaders who provide, Western analysts, I'm sorry, who provided sort of their assessment is slightly off, but let you be the judge of that. So here's what they are saying. What they are saying is, for example, Western analysts are describing President Xi Jinping's objective as an influence one, or influential, that is, which is true, because the trip in itself is significant. However, when you think about really what the objective is not about China controlling North Korea. It has nothing to do with that. It has about ensuring the stability, not only of North Korea, but the region as well. And this is why, to those Western analysts who are saying, oh, President Xi got rattled by the closeness or rapprochement between North Korea and Russia. No, China doesn't worry about that. So to those analysts in the West who are saying, oh, the trip for President Xi Jinping to North Korea is to reclaim North Korea as its sort of ally, whatever that. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with President Xi Jinping's vision, thinking in terms of how can he, for example, influence or shape the conditions for more stable, more stability, more economic
green guy,
more
little green ghoul,
sort of order, if I may use the term, regional that is, in that case. Because remember, what you had from way back, and I'm not
Slender Man in front of you.
History, you have to understand the history of the developments, because after decades of confrontation,
okay.
So Russia's re-engagement with Pyongyang must have created the
Look,
conditions
you can get in these
for
boxes
exactly
here.
that. This is what the argument the Western analysts are making. And I'm not arguing otherwise as far as the North Korea helping
Here, you get in.
Russia.
Tell me, let me
Nobody's
see how it
denying that.
looks.
But to articulate this as President Xi Jinping is concerned and scared, that's why he went to North Korea, has nothing to do with basis in truth. And this is where that argument, when they, Western analysts arguing that Oh,
Lol.
the trip of President Xi Jinping is to counter North Korea's drift towards Russia. I just don't see that. And again, that's my opinion. But I'm going to share with you both sides of the argument, and you decide. Kim Jong-un, and let me put a picture for you.
Yeah, there
you
was
can
literally
see.
a Slender Man in the
Please,
doorway where you were looking. You were like,
yeah,
okay, bye.
There's the picture right here.
Earlier, right
Kim
right
Jong-un
before you
and
got up.
President Xi.
Yeah,
Kim
the
Jong-un
taxi.
has reached out to Russia
In the
recent
truck.
years. Yeah, nobody's denying
Right.
that. So, as a matter of
Before
fact,
you said,
he
"We'll be
even
right
sent
back."
troops and conventional weapons to support Russia in its military operations in Ukraine. Which, by the way, just yesterday, last night, a decision was made
Get out of my way.
to extend an invitation
What happened?
to
What happened?
Russia to discuss peace.
What happened?
But Europeans
What
are
happened?
pushing for this.
Tell me what's
Europeans are
happening.
useless.
I don't know. There's some goblin
Suffice
here.
it to say.
A little green guy?
However, in the
Yeah.
past year,
Did you run out those doors
Kim
I just
Jong-un
closed?
has
Yeah.
likewise been trying to improve his ties with China. Why is this? You have to think about the economic aspect, which I will get into in a second here.
Fucking
Also,
goblin.
you have to consider that China is North Korea's biggest trading partner and the one that provides aid. And the survival to a degree of
Hey, we
North
said that.
Korea, it depends on the Chinese assistance.
Kim Jong-un? I don't know.
Because, and again, this is from the perspective of Western analysts. They are arguing that as North Korea builds closer ties with Russia, China seeks to use President Xi Jinping's trip to reassert China's influence over North Korea and safeguard its strategic interest in Northeast Asia. There are some degree of truth into that, but that's not the whole truth. That is not the whole reality of it. That's one argument. Second argument has to do with the nuclear fuel facility announcement.
A
Why
doofus.
is this important? It's because the announcement was made just a day
Show me your
after
bag of
North
secrets.
Korea unveiled
I wanna know.
or disclosed a new facility to produce nuclear fuel. This is a pointed reminder of the nuclear stakes involved in the region. Why is this important again? Because yesterday,
Okay, so there's literally nothing
Kim
in this area.
Jong-un's sister
Hey,
made
what's
a
that
statement, and that statement said loud and clear,
pensive pool thing
nuclear
in Harry Potter?
nuclear program for North Korea is not.
Why is this thing killing
Is not
me?
negotiable. So in other words,
It's
it was a
a-
message sent to the U.S.
What is happening?
Because North
Why am
Korea
I
Oh, it's
has
like
learned
a
and is
slow
learning
time
from
device.
what's going on with Iran.
Talk.
So
Hang
yesterday,
on. Talk in the game.
What?
What? That is awesome.
Gremlin! Gremlin!
Get away! I died.
You died?
Mm-hmm.
The gremlin got you?
Yep.
Okay. That means he's probably wearing your face.
That's
Where are you?
No idea.
Oh, Slender Man.
I ran.
But you're dead. Where's your body?
Near the dump thing.
You can press E to go to it. Hello? Monsters are around. Please press it. What is it? Is there an E?
Yep.
Where are you?
No idea. I see lights. I see purple stars.
Oh, is that you right there?
No idea.
Yeah, this is you. Here you go. Hang on, I got you. How does this work? Oh, extracting their heads. Okay, hang on. I just need to get an object.
The statement was made by North Korea's sister 1 day prior to President Xi Jinping arrival. Those are not just statements in the void. No. Those are well measured. The one that I concur with the Western analysts in their assessment, it has to do with how President Xi Jinping positioning himself, meaning he and China for that matter, as global power broker, which is true. And I will, stay with me please, because I will share with you an excerpt from my book, my upcoming book about China, in which I disclose similar argument. So you think about
this is what I mean when I say books don't make you intelligent.
It's another opportunity. Opportunity for what? Opportunity for China, headed by President Xi Jinping, to present himself as a geopolitical power.
Get away from it, two of them!
Which is true. Remember,
I'm dead.
It was China that brokered a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. It was China that also worked on other issues behind closed doors.
It is wearing my face.
This is where the role of China comes in, because China stays neutral. China doesn't dictate its terms on other countries. China doesn't force its way on other countries. You do whatever you want to do. We'll be happy to assist, politically speaking, into resolving issues. And this is why political observers are watching how President Xi Jinping's reception in Pyongyang compared to Putin's visit. Two world leaders, they're going to play a role into the new global order. And this is, again, very, very crucially important, because you have to pay attention to those kind of aspects of it. And this is, again, where you think about the statements of North Korea's sister. Statement about nuclear file is non-negotiable, the North Korean one. Because the reason why I'm mentioning this again, because you have to think about what Donald Trump, the possible Trump connection on the nuclear talks with North Korea. That is, again, why the North Koreans preceded Donald Trump's thinking. It's like, don't ever think about it. We're not interested, and we will not negotiate regarding our, because they can't trust the Americans. And how could you? The American government, that is. How could you? You won't. In this case, Donald Trump now is saying he would like to meet with Kim Jong-un once again. And because when meeting Kim, Donald Trump was thinking in terms of, wait, can I do this again? And
it's got your head on it.
The way I see it, or the way I think about it,
told you.
Is that the North Korean visit was already discussed during his summit with President Trump, meaning President Xi Jinping already discussed this with Donald Trump. So the timing, this is where the Western analysts kind of missed the point. Because what they're saying about this is that the timing raises speculation about whether President Xi aims to act as a mediator between Kim and Trump on a nuclear issue. My answer to you about this particular assertion from Western analysts is off. President Xi has no interest in acting as a mediator. He won't. He won't. Then there is one other element, and that element is a symbolic anniversary. Why? Because this year, 2026, marks the 65th anniversary of the signing of the China-North Korea Treaty of Friendship Cooperation. This is why this visit, it's given it sort of an additional ceremonial weight. That's the important about it. So this visit is not about China trying to re-anchor its influence over a neighbor, North Korea. No. Just because North Korea has cozy up to Russia, has nothing to do. And even if it does, you have simultaneously the Chinese President Xi Jinping. He is positioning himself on the global stage as an indispensable intermediary in the broader geopolitical chess game involving the U.S., involving Russia, involving North Korea's nuclear ambitions. Remember, only the last 5 months, like I put the link for you for the video that I did, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, their leaders, went to Beijing. Other European leaders went to Beijing. Vietnam went to Beijing. United Arab Emirates went to Beijing. Qatar went to Beijing. Canada went to Beijing. Just think about it. This is again. There is, however, one key point that I don't believe Western analysts, some analysts, not all, so far I didn't read it anywhere else, and it made me think, because remember, I'm completing the book about China, so I had to think about this angle. And this one has to do with how, for example, this trip of President Xi Jinping to North Korea, because when you think about the 3 countries, let me put a picture.
Go away.
Just once again. When you think about the 3 countries, Russia, China, and North Korea, because when you combine them,
I don't like him.
what you're going to have? You're going to have a front against Japan and the US. Because Japan is doing some activities, and I'm going to share with you as I move forward. Some have argued, what about Iran? Iran could be part of that. As of now, it is not, because Iran is preoccupied with the ongoing war. Once that war settles, it's going to become even clearer as to where things are. And speaking of Iran, I'm going to just waiting on a confirmation of some information regarding the missile launches that Iran launched yesterday on Sunday night. And I did a quick short video just to give you a heads up on it. I'm going to do a live stream for you tomorrow or after tomorrow. I'm waiting for the info. Now, here is what I disclosed in my upcoming book. It's called the Dynamics of China's Geopolitics Vision Remaking of the Global Order. It is what I wrote. Understanding China's geopolitical role requires grasping how Chinese leadership sees of China's place in the world and what kind of international system China seeks to build with others if they are willing to do so. This vision has evolved significantly since the era of in quote here to those who are familiar with Chinese history, the era of hide brightness, cherish obscurity, end quote. That characterized the Chinese foreign policy under Deng Xiaoping, the paramount leader who initiated China's economic reform. I continue writing in this particular aspect here that under President Xi Jinping, who assumed leadership in 2012, China has articulated an increasingly explicit vision of its role. Central to this vision are several key concepts. The first is the notion of the Chinese dream, a nationalist aspiration for national rejuvenation that recast modern history as
I'm done with this level.
struggle, followed by a period of decline, which China is now rectifying. This provides legitimacy for China's ascendance and reframes a great power status not as an imperialism, because China was never one, but as a restoration of what was historically China's possession as the central power in East Asia and beyond. That's exactly what I wrote in my upcoming book. And again, in due time, I will be sharing.
It literally spawned me and threw me off the ledge.
If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell. No spin, no agenda.
Okay, so
just
if
the
you
stories
stand on
they don't
the-
want you to know.
Like,
Don't
can you
watch
stand
from
on
the
the things
sideline.
to prevent yourself
Be
from
part of the
falling?
movement. Your
The
support
thing in the center.
keeps the truth alive. Thank you.
Can you get on top of that?
Indeed. I mentioned earlier Japan, and there is something going on right now in that part of the world between two countries joining together. Is Japan and the Philippines. Of course, the US pushing behind the scenes. And that is why China launched a maritime operation it described as special law enforcement in waters east of Taiwan Strait. Move that came after Japan and the Philippines announced the start of a formal talks to demarcate their maritime border near the island, which is Beijing considered a part of its territory since Taiwan is part of China historically. Now, take a step back and think about it. Why on earth will the Philippines and Japan...
All right, I'm done with Ulao.
I want to play Civ.
I found a big bottle of poison.
Give it to me. I want to die.
Oh my god. There is no sound. Thank you, chat, for paying attention.
In the video? I didn't realize you were playing a video. I'm looking shit up.
Oh my god. What is on the screen right now? Stephen A.
Meeting of the mind.
is embarrassing New Yorkers. Just put this up here so you can see what I'm reacting to. Why?
Oh no. Oh,
why?
boy. Oh boy.
Look, I know that his politics aren't great, but I've still been able to enjoy his bluster as a New York sports fan.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can even go there anymore. Like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, it's too far gone. You're too much of a right-wing hack for me to...
Yeah, it's a New York deficiency that you were ever so tolerant of it, in my opinion.
I love that image.
You were watching the gameplay? Well,
to me, it
that's
looks
why I
like if you were
picked this. I
trying to
figured it would be
cast like an angel and the devil
entertaining
in like
if
an
boring
early
news was on for
2000s
people.
Adam Sandler movie.
Yes,
like if,
right.
like Little Nicky 2. Like this would be like the angel and devil who guided Adam Sandler's Little Nicky, titular Little Nicky.
Yep, in the white hoodie. In the white hoodie, he's gonna give him the good advice, and then the dark Sith Lord over there, Dave Rubin, telling you, yeah, no, you should do X, Y, and Z. I could see that.
Would have been Dennis Miller early.
To be fair, there are some points of disagreement in this discussion, and I've actually zeroed in on one of the main ones, which is Dave Rubin is a big supporter of Ron DeSantis, including Ron DeSantis' education policies, particularly the ones pertaining to like how we teach about slavery.
Yeah.
And so Stephen A. Smith did they did have a little bit of a run
Of a
on this.
tiff.
So yeah, let's check this out.
All right.
And I'll just say Dave Rubin prefaces this with details about the Florida economy and how great it's doing, and I would just say it's not doing well at all. You can't get insurance there, and you don't take my word for it.
People.
Well,
Well,
exactly.
if we're not going to
take a Rick Scott's
if we're going to sit around, I'm just going to host a public lobby for other people to join.
With how much he is freaking out about the economy right now. But here's Dave Rubin.
Yeah, I'm looking shit up.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying
just slow that down, 'cause I'm not going to waste too much of my life on this stuff.
In mom and pop shop and something else. You go to our strip malls here in Florida,
poll
they are
wasn't working earlier?
jam-packed. The economy is moving along. There are jobs.
perfect.
All of the COVID stuff, how well he managed all of that and fought to keep the state open. So I wanted to do a show where we will celebrate that and show people, especially, we're doing this June 11th, but we got our 250th anniversary coming up on July 4th. I want people to feel that there is a way to do America right, and we're doing it in some of these places, but you just got to be willing to see it. But you should ask him that question.
I am going to ask him that question, no question about it. And in the interest of full disclosure, let me not be phony here. I'm a Florida resident my damn self. I migrated, and we ain't lying to the public. You're damn right I did it because of New York and the taxes and everything in New York. I'm sick of it, and no question about it. So I'm with you in that regard. But, getting back to the slavery curriculum thing, I remember one time I was a guest on Jesse Waters' show because Jesse Waters, I think, does a good job. And I was a guest on his show, but I hadn't been on as a guest in quite a while. One of the things he turned me off about, and Ron DeSantis had turned me off about at the same time, I found myself looking at them and saying, "You're not black. Why even bring that up? Why even talk about it?" I said, I don't give a damn what trades you learned or whatever. It was so iniquitous, so insidious. The issue of slavery. Why even touch that? That was my attitude. And the same with the curriculums, with the books and everything like that, with President Trump and what he endorsed with executive orders and stuff like this, and addressing DEI. My attitude was this.
Look at Dave's.
And I said this to Officer Tatum on his.
Dave's doing the someone brought up Sam Cedar face.
Yeah, it's just blink, pretend you're paying attention. Or Jillian Michaels reminded the audience that I'm gay. That's more, I think, what we'd see more terror if Sam was coming up. I just gotta say, like, the foreclosures, first, and I'm sorry, I still appreciate it when he's using like sports adjectives and cadence
Hey,
in this piece of commentary, but whatever.
What do you know about the
At least
Hong Kong
insidious.
Free Press?
And another one, Florida's foreclosure filings in March were the third worst
Do you
in
know
the nation,
who Tom
behind only
Grundy
South
is?
Carolina and Indiana.
Okay, what about the strip malls?
Bankruptcies. In the past 3 years, bankruptcy filings have more than doubled in the Middle District of Florida, which runs from Fort Myers to Jacksonville and includes Tampa Bay. Filings are up more than 30% in February in just the last year.
How's the poll now?
The highest tally in any February since 2015. Credit card debt. Floridians carry some of the highest average credit card balances, around $9,000. 1 in 3 cardholders in Miami, Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, and Cape Coral carried at least $10,000 in a balance, placing all 4 in the top 10 metro areas nationwide. This is an article from the Tampa Bay Times about this.
Yeah, those wokies.
And credit card debt nationally, just in terms of the state of the economy, it's dipped slightly in the balances in this quarter, but the previous quarter was the worst ever in terms of total of credit card debt, and it continues to go up. And subprime auto delinquencies continue to break records. Like, the economy's really bad nationally, but as I just laid out, it's even worse in Florida.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just very heavily divided in Florida, too. Like, Florida, in terms of the global economy, is, I think, the 19th or like some high level, high number economy globally. But when you look at the working class in Florida, they're looking to leave the state in droves. The housing market in Florida is one of the fastest cooling housing markets in America, along with Texas. And DeSantis' solution right now that he's trying to push through the state legislature in an emergency session is to
Just
abolish
eat
property
it.
taxes.
Just eat it.
Like, okay, but how are we going to fund, anything really? How are we going to fund schools? How are we going to fund fire departments? How are we going to fund, the police? But, DeSantis is imagining there'll be some sort of private-public solution to that, a trust fund or something. And so this is just to mitigate some of the extreme inequality going on in Florida right now that's causing people to be unable to live there and looking to leave. Because the truth is, you can't have a state of only millionaires and expect that to function. You can't have
it's one thing that it was an annoying kid singing. It was another thing for them to not know the lyrics to the song they were singing.
To beat it.
Yeah.
You should interview anyone that joins. That would be funny.
Okay, I'll interview the next guy that joins. Hold on. There. How's that?
A state of only like uber wealthy people, because like that's just not a functional state.
Right, especially because, also for these companies that they're trying to attract there, they want to go where the talent pool is, and it's not in Fort Myers, it's not in Orlando, it's not even in Miami. For a lot of the companies that make the economy run, it's New York, it's San Francisco, it's LA, it's Austin, it's whatever, but it's not Florida. It's just not.
Well, if you're talking about strip clubs. But let's get back to Dave Rubin.
Yes, and we didn't even really address that, him calling him out about the racism of the DeSantis administration. I just gotta say, though, Stephen A., why is it only when it impacts you that you have these critiques, or where it's like a sensitivity for you in particular? I don't know.
I mean, that's the true Republican in him, and there's nothing more Republican than that, right?
Right.
My attitude was this, and I said this to Officer Tatum on his podcast.
Okay.
Come to me and tell me that you would tell the Jewish community they ain't gonna have, they're gonna have their access limited to books and other education material about their history, and watch what happens. In other words, if you're gonna do something like that, if you did it to everybody, then I get where you're coming from. But when it seems isolated towards the...
Yeah, let's not burn all books equally.
That's so good. Look, you could ban books about the Holocaust if you're going to ban books about slavery.
But wait, Dave's got a good response to this, so.
Like, if Hitler wanted to kill everybody, I'd get where he was coming from.
Right, exactly.
It's even.
It's the discrimination that I have a problem with, not the mass death.
Black community, it was a huge turnoff for me, and that's actually a question I will ask Byron Donald too, who will also be a guest on this show in the future.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't know that there was limited access to the black community to certain books, but I would say this, if somebody wrote a book and said, and I'm sure books have actually been written about.
I'm sorry. But that's not what Stephen A. was just saying. He was saying that books were not that black people were being blocked from accessing books under this administration. It's that books about black history are being removed. That's right?
Isn't that the same thing? What's the distinction?
I don't know. I thought Dave's distinction makes it sound like
Dave wants to double back to a different thing DeSantis did, which is the curriculum that said actually black people learned a lot from slavery, avoiding the things about how wholesale books that taught about slavery were just
Make sure
ripped
you
off of the
voted.
curriculum because
Check to make sure that you voted.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If somebody wrote a book and said, and I'm sure books have actually been written about this, that the Holocaust actually taught the Jewish people a certain lesson, and that looked at how many Holocaust survivors became unbelievably successful business people.
It's so funny to
and
have
all
Dave
sorts of
Rubin on a
things
show
in
that's called
various
Straight
countries.
Shooter.
That would be true, and it would be worth noting, because the Holocaust was horrible and slavery was horrible. We don't have to play the game of which is worse or anything else. There are terrible things that happen to all sorts of people, but out of terrible things, good things do happen. So I think an apples to apples equation would be, is it possible that some slaves learned trades that ultimately were positive? I think the answer to that is yes, and I don't think that makes slavery good. And is it possible that survival?
Oh, we go. Just stuck.
Hey, Cup.
No, is this giving streams?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We're just waiting for somebody.
Just start the game.
Yo, what's the account we follow?
Fifth Gen IW.
What is it? 5th Gen what?
IW.
I got you, bro. Me? Who, me?
Hello.
Make sure your mic sensitivity is turned down. I can hear it too. I'm not going through you.
Oh, damn.
Just turn the dial down, honey.
Oh.
No, on the microphone.
Oh, where?
Righty tighty like you Lucy.
This one?
Yeah, on the bottom. No, that's it. No. The bottom of the microphone, hon. The microphone?
No. That better?
The microphone. Oh, you got it?
Hello.
I can still hear you.
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Let go.
Let it cross.
Waiting for Jack. Ever you fighting.
Nah, really.
Jack. I am doing myself.
Let it cross.
If I did. Jack's ever like me. Yo. I didn't grow. Let's get that class. No, go.
Why is bro robo-coding?
It's just the chat.
Oh, that's funny.
Yo.
Just start it. What are you doing? Just start it.
Just join.
No, just fucking start the game. I'm busy. I'm reading stuff.
You let me know when you're ready.
Of the Holocaust who had their families annihilated learned something about survival and everything else that they were able to then apply to business and the world and family afterwards.
That was crazy.
Yes.
It started off really, really bad. So it started off really, really bad, but then it was like kind of stupid in the middle. But then at the end, it got really.
There's nothing
really,
I could do
really
about the echo. It was one of their mics.
And I was just waiting for it to be over, and he just kept going.
They had their mic in front of their own speaker.
Oh my god!
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah.
So he's
The
saying
secrets of Holocaust victims.
that basically if black people just pulled themselves up by their bootstraps like the Jews did after the Holocaust.
We should celebrate the trades that the black people were forced to learn under their slave masters in the South. Which is literally what Ron DeSantis was saying.
Also, there is something that's really important here that's a bit of a difference and part of why you have reactionary right-wing forces in our government that want to deny the impact of slavery and Jim Crow. It's because we did it. Like, that's part of the issue that we're talking about here. This is what censorship is about.
Also, literally, like, you mentioned the books thing, because, again, Ruben is zeroed in on this thing that conservatives want to actually, the hill they want to die on is that we should be allowed to say that slavery benefited black people to some degree. But it's actually true, that, which is, obviously, everyone knows it's insane. But also, that, like, Toni Morrison's beloved, Ibram Kendi stamp from the beginning, which, you know, I don't like Kendi's association with what's her name, but that's a good book in my opinion. They're just banned.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, Matt is saying the idea that slavery has benefited black people because it like introduced them into like the Western world, which everyone benefits from being a part of. It's an old idea in I think racist circles and also like just mainstream circles sometimes, and it's become more mainstream over the years seemingly. But that also just fits into the way that people conceptualize all of the genocides and atrocities that have been committed by Western civilization. Like they put them as like prerequisites for the completion of this, grand project of the United States. And so, yeah, they were bad, but they ultimately resulted in the United States being here. And so how bad could they really be? The weird thing is people don't usually do that with the Holocaust. Usually people tend to like exceptionalize the Holocaust and put it outside of its place in modernity because they want to make it seem like this isn't something that the West would do to other people in the West. It's, just like an eccentricity. But him going full, like, yeah, maybe they learned like accounting in the concentration camps, and that's why they're so good at business after. Like, that was wild. That's what he said. I mean, like, he
did an anti-Semitism a little bit.
I feel bad saying it. I'm like, that sounds really anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
I want to hear. It just shows how
responds to this.
Me too.
It shows how dedicated they are to that. We were just talking about how there's like a weird like right-wing focus on saying that there were good things that came out of slavery. It just shows just how dedicated they are that they're now pushing the same for things like the Holocaust.
Yeah, I saw Sandra Hüller, the German actress, was like at a film festival. It came on my feed and was asked
questioning?
about like how she should, as a German person, doesn't ever want to forget the shame of the Holocaust.
I thought it was queer.
Oh,
the fuck is questioning?
LGBTQ?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about QAnon.
No. Because it says LGBTQIA, and it says lesbian, gay, bi, trans.
I guess they were like queer is queer is just the same thing as gay. Questioning covers more things.
Like, it says queer or questioning. I've never heard it referred to as questioning. What is happening? I thought it got reclaimed. LGBT culture in Beijing, small, thriving. This is space in Beijing. Oh, cool. Interesting. That's really interesting. This, what is Intrepid Travel? Like, what is this website? Is it just a travel blog?
I don't know.
Does anybody know? Because they have, LGBT travel in places. I'm just looking at the one in China. And they have tours. So I'm assuming they're just a travel thing. But I've never seen any host specifically like a list of things that gay people could do safely, I guess. It's kind of interesting. I wonder, like, just with, because I'm just wondering, to what extent is the LGBT thing suppressed overseas, right? With Donald Trump coming back and bringing fascism with him, it comes with misogyny and anti-gay stuff. So I'm wondering how many countries are now backtracking on progress made within that community, within that country. And it could be, yeah, region, country, like that's what I'm looking at. And I knew that Pride in Shanghai got threatened and shut down and hasn't done another one. And I was looking, and apparently they've also banned them from TV. Can't sell gay coded items and shit like that, or they're like super hard to find, or you have to jump around censors by using different, like how they change the language around, you know, how they use the symbols that sound similar but are different words, that kind of thing, I guess. So I'm kind of interested, like, I'm assuming that Japan is relatively conservative but doesn't really care. Oh, interesting. Socially safe but legally restrictive.
Wouldn't it have more to do with Russia than the U.S.? With the backtracking? Russia has dominated the anti-gay agenda globally.
Russian anti-gay rhetoric.
Like, they're the ones who declared it a terrorist organization.
Yes. And again, it's the traditional family values thing, which I saw somebody attributing to China as well, but
Hello, beautiful.
I don't know if I'll buy that. It was from Radio Free Asia. I don't know if they would use the traditional family values line. And here's Human Rights Watch. Expanded gay propaganda ban progresses towards law. This was 2022. The State Duma unanimously supported new draft legislation. Great. Prohibits sharing positive or even neutral information about lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, and publicly displaying non-heterosexual orientations with hefty fines for non-compliance. The legislation is now pending approval in the Parliament's upper chamber and the President. The original gay propaganda ban, introduced in 2013, purported to protect children from propaganda. Wow, where have we seen this? Must protect them kids. Broadly defined to mean any positive or neutral depiction of discussion of non-heterosexual relationships. The draft legislation, while maintaining aggravated penalties when children are involved, extends to a blanket ban that covers all public information or activities. Okay. So, let's... Actually, I bet you there's a website. LGBT safety rating per country. Let's see. Equaldex? Sure. That'll work. Let's go with that one. Boom. Excellent. Less equal to more equal. 78. Public opinion index, 61 in Australia. Ah, cool. We got graph. Fuck yeah. Interesting. Oceania, New Zealand? Public opinion still low. Okay, so we've got legal rights and social. So who's the most social? Iceland. Iceland is the most pro-gay. And followed by Norway. And then... Okay. I guess Camp Verde, the people love the gays. But the government hates them. Barbados is the same, I guess. Guyana has a 53% public opinion, but the government fucking hates them. It's interesting. So what's the highest legal, lowest social? Probably this one. Moldova. Fascinating. Look at Uruguay. 100%. Uruguay, Spain, Malta, and Germany have a 100 score in legal rights for LGBT. Interesting. Greece is up there. Colombia's up there. Brazil's up there. Portugal, Belgium. I guess Australia's up there. New Zealand, Denmark. Andorra, okay. Cuba, Sweden, Netherlands, Argentina, Austria, France. Wow, France is not as high as I thought. Very interesting. What else we got here? Ah, you give average. Ooh, Africa hates the gays. Asia's not too happy either. Ooh, Oceania coming up third last. Go us. North America, South America. Go South America. Look at them go.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking love the gays in South America.
Well, there's like also like violent pride action.
Really?
Yeah, like if there's like anything against the gays is like riot time.
Interesting. So equality index by region. Nordic countries heading up first place. There you go. Australia exceeding out of Oceania's trough as second highest, followed by North America. I guarantee that America is tanking North America. Western Europe. North America beats Western Europe. Interesting. And the British hate the gays. Caribbean hates them too. North Africa specifically does not like gay people.
Yeah, Muslim.
West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, Southern and Central Asia. Okay, that's what, Afghanistan and stuff. Followed by the Caribbean, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, Central America, not a fan. Largest disparities. Barbados has the biggest disparity. What is Cape Verde?
The little guy.
Archipelago of 10 volcanic islands.
Just a little guy.
It's what's that island that they keep trying to get to off West Africa?
Canary.
The Canary Islands. I think it's near them.
Yeah, it's just a little guy.
It's a little bit below the Canary Islands. So it's off the coast of Senegal. Between Mauritania and Senegal, off the coast. And then the Canary Islands are off the coast of Morocco. So they're a little bit north. Interesting. Myanmar has a very low legal index for the public opinion. See, this is funny. Myanmar, the legal index is 13, the public opinion is 38, but they're still the 4th highest disparity because the legal protection is so low.
You're so cute.
World
Look how
Equality
perfect you
Index.
are.
Okay. So what? Let's go top 10. Iceland, Norway, Uruguay, Spain, Denmark, New Zealand, Malta, Chile, Germany, and Andorra. An African country getting in there. Beats out Australia and Canada. Cuba! Go Cuba! This is the real reason that America's wanting to invade Cuba. They treat the gays too nicely. Alright, I think that's it. Legal index is the total possible score for each issue multiplied by the factor of status issue divided by the sum of total possible scores. Okay, public opinion is survey results, survey weight, time decay factor divided by survey weight and time decay factor. Cool. Very interesting. So, lots of progress. Still needed to be made. There's a lot of red on that map. Yeah. I don't know about you. I think Pride Month is still needed. I still think that we should be pushing the gay for one more day thing.
Really? A month?
Only a month? I still think your idea is very funny. Of every year that the conservative bitch and moan, the gay community extends Pride for a day. I think that's fucking funny. That's very funny, and they would be very annoyed about it. And eventually, it'll impede into Veterans Month. And then they'll be real mad. And it's just a multi-year troll. We love this.
Having this interview in Pride Month, and so what are my thoughts about Pride Month? Well, the first thing I would say is that you should be very careful what you name things. And pride is not a virtue. And I've brought that up with people before, and their objection always is, well, they don't really mean pride. People are just trying to...
This shit is broken.
Having this interview in Pride Month, and so what are my thoughts about Pride Month? Well, the first thing I would say is that you should be very careful what you name things. And pride is not a virtue. And I've brought that up with people before, and their objection always is, well, they don't really mean pride. People are just trying to affirm their own identities. And
hi, Jordan. I am not a religious person. I've never read the Bible. Even I know that pride is thinking yourself above God. Shut the fuck up.
Fair enough, I suppose, to some degree, but
yeah, exactly.
That was the name that was chosen, and that's the name that stuck, and pride is a cardinal sin, and there's a reason for that, and the reason is that pride means something like stubborn refusal to change when evidence of error is accruing, and it's not a good thing.
What?
There's a real tinge of narcissism, sexual narcissism,
What?
about the whole pride spectacle, and, you know, do people have the right to express their sexuality the way they see fit? To some degree, if it's consensual and among adults, but generally among human beings with any degree of civilized comportment whatsoever, it's a pretty damn private affair. We tend to be private in our sexual conduct as a species, and so this isn't exactly private. And it's also the case that identities based on something as narrow as sexual desire, let's say, aren't identities at all. They're pronouncements of subjection to instinctual whim. And I also have a real problem with the idea of the LGBT plus, etc. community, because it's not a community. And it's especially not a community right now because the trans pushing, gender affirming butchers and liars primarily target young people whose most likely outcome on the sexual front is homosexuality. So the transgender affirming butchers and liars are differentially destroying the youthful gay community. And that's not a community by any stretch.
Notice how they're only showing the old pride flags here.
Thinker, Chesterton, and Chesterton has a concept, the fence, and Chesterton's fence is based on the observation that
Y'all
if you're
gotta vote in
walking
the
somewhere
poll.
you don't understand and
You may
come
think you
across a
voted in the
fence,
poll, but I
you should
guarantee
probably
you
not
did
tear
not
it
vote in
down
this
because you
poll.
don't
Make sure
know
you
what
vote
it
in this
keeps
poll.
in or out. And the pride movement has torn down a lot of fences, and maybe some of those fences needed to go, but all of them didn't need to go. And there's plenty of monsters coming out to play now, and I would say that's especially true on the transgender affirming side, and that's why we're seeing this butchery in the medical community, abetted by idiot allies and driven by greed. And those aren't the worst monsters that exist. And so if you tear down enough fences, you're going to find out what they're for. Now, I read recently, like this week, that support for gay marriage is plummeting. Right. It's like, well, keep pushing. You're going to lose everything you've gained. And I'm not celebrating that at all. That's
It sure
not
fucking
the point
sounds like
at
you
all.
are.
But
you know what the
like,
best
I'm
part
just done.
about marriage
I don't
is?
like the flag.
The opinions of other people don't fucking matter. Oh no, support for gay marriage is going away. Who gives a fuck? Literally, who gives a fuck? Why does it matter to you? Shut up. These fucking cunts. The fucking entitlement. Like, if I ever saw Jordan Peterson on the street, he would cry.
Well, he cries a lot, so...
Well, exactly. I would make him cry.
It's a piece of idiocy. I don't understand why it changes every bloody week. I don't know who makes those decisions. I don't like the acronym and all the mystery surrounding it. I don't like the fact that the LGBT agenda, whatever that is, increasingly dominates the school system. I don't like the fact that it's targeted at young people. And I think the surgery, the gender-affirming care movement, I think it is Nazi Auschwitz level awful. That it should
That's
not only
nice.
stop, and
Lucky
now, as they've
you
decided
lost your
to do in
medical
the UK
license, so
and
we don't
most
have to
places in Europe.
give a fuck
But
about your
I think all
opinion.
the people that were involved in the surgical transition
It wasn't even.
of
Was it a
minors
medical
should be
license?
imprisoned.
It's practicing license for
So
psychology or
there's
something.
a lot of house cleaning to do
Yeah.
on the pride
Unqualified
side of things. And I don't-
swine.
It's so funny that they only show the old rainbow flag.
Yeah, like that's the least offensive one. Oh no, a rainbow.
Bro said gender affirming care is like the Holocaust.
He really did. Honest, like,
Believe
how do you
that-
make a statement like that and take yourself seriously?
Well, he's insane.
Like, especially while at the same time you're progressing a stochastic narrative, making violence upon trans people even more likely. That's the funniest part. Like, you're calling this, what, satanic Nazi shit? You are literally engaging in dehumanization, endangering people. You are the danger. And that's not supposed to sound as cool as it came out. I am the danger.
A celebration of an identity that encapsulates something like 3% of the population before it became a fad is inclusive in any manner whatsoever. So I think pretty much all of it's a lie. And it's a dangerous lie, and it's a lie with real monsters hovering on the edges. And so, enough. As far as I'm concerned, enough pride in the churches, enough pride in the bloody banks. I don't want to walk into the Bank of Nova Scotia and be celebrating pride. It's like I want to go and put my money in or take my money out without any political idiocy, and certainly without any celebration of sexuality. I don't know what the hell the banks think they're doing. And the churches, well, that's just, for the churches to be flying pride flags, it's like pride is the cardinal Christian sin. Right, so what the hell? What's going on with the flags exactly? What exactly are you celebrating here? Tolerance. It's like, yeah, tolerance of vice is not a virtue, and pride is a vice. What I want, pride is the vice that says what I want now, I in the most narrow possible way, or
That's not
what
what
my
pride is.
whims want
It's
now
not what biblical pride
should
is.
be superordinate to all other concerns. The pride that the evil queen takes in her beauty is the taking to herself of a talent that was given to her by providence, let's say, by taking that to herself as a virtue that confers special privileges and benefits on her as an isolated individual.
What?
We have Pride Month. Well, what are we celebrating? First of all, how about we don't celebrate pride? Pride's a cardinal sin. And you might say, well, they don't mean pride. They mean it's a group of oppressed people, and now they're just finding their identity and they're getting some security in that identity. And so what they mean by pride is security in that identity. It's like, The word's pride. That's the word that was chosen. So I don't care what the lies around that are. And it's pride in relationship, as far as I can tell, to nothing but hedonistic self-gratification. It's like your identity is gonna be your sexual desire. That's your identity, your sexual desire. So that's sexual desire is at the center of hedonism. So that means you've reduced your identity to the most immature and hedonistic part of you.
Hey, I think I figured out the issue. Okay, so so according to Jordan,
a doofus.
According to Jordan, as long as we called it something else, then it'd be fine, because it's just the word he has issue with.
I think that's what I think that's what he was saying. But it's still like bro is literally taking the intellectual stance of words only mean one thing, which is fundamentally not true. As somebody who had worked in academia for so long, you would think you would understand that words have multiple meanings, but I guess not.
A satellite image of a part of Lamert, which is a city in southern Iran. If we zoom way into this building here, which is a kids recreational center, the only damage that I can spot is this
Again,
very
even if you think
small
you voted in the
hole
poll, you
in
need
the
to
corner
check
of our
and make
building.
sure you voted.
But for the rest, I don't really see a lot of damage. There are no craters, there are no collapsed buildings. And that's very curious, because despite Pentagon denials, we found that this is the site of a deadly US missile strike. At this recreational center alone, at least 4 kids were killed as they practiced volleyball and soccer. Overall, US strikes killed at least 21 civilians in Lamert. My name is Christian Triebert and I work on the Times' Visual Investigations team. We often look at satellite imagery to look for clues about what's happening on the ground. We've looked at a lot of places where bombs or missiles have struck. And usually we see these kind of craters, we see these kind of collapsed buildings, and right now we don't see any of that. Just a hole in the roof. The reason why it's just a hole is because the strike on Lamert was made with a new type of US weapon. It's called the Precision Strike Missile, or PRISM. The military has touted it as a next-generation long-range precision weapon. These prisms don't even make direct contact with the thing they're targeting. They don't always cause major structural damage, but their blast still easily tears through streets, homes, and people. The day we're looking at is February 28th, the first day of this latest war launched by the United States and Israel against Iran. That morning, a school in the city of Menab was struck in a US attack, killing at least 120 children. 6 hours later came the strikes on Lamert. Here are 3 videos filmed as the missile struck. Each shows a different explosion. Let me show you this one frame by frame. We can see how the blast occurs in midair and how the missile itself doesn't physically hit its target. Look at this one. You can actually see the missile itself, and the same thing is happening. It explodes mid-air. The Department of Defense denied attacking Lamert that day, and suggested instead that what we are seeing are Iranian weapons striking the city. We found this wasn't true. And throughout this day in Lamert, we see the specific hallmarks of PRISM missiles in use. This is promo footage from the manufacturer, and what we can see in this animation is a PRISM missile coming in. And when we go through it here, you can see again that it's exploding midair right there. It's basically sending a blast of 180,000 pellets in every direction. So what makes the weapon so lethal is not so much the impact of the missile itself or the detonation, although that's certainly deadly, it's the blast of pellets that comes next. This matches with what we saw happen in Lamert. What the US military intended to hit using this weapon in this location, we don't know. But the PRISM strikes we identified happened approximately here and here in residential areas, and here at the recreational center. This center is right next to an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps compound and other buildings used by security forces. So these buildings may have been an intended target, but we weren't able to determine whether they were damaged, and we found no evidence of military casualties. The effects on the surrounding
Way to go,
community
America,
were
you did it
unmistakable.
again.
Most of the images I'm going to show you are from Iranian state media. We analyzed each one of them to verify their authenticity. In one photo alone, for example, I counted at least 2,000 impact points on a single stretch of road, perforating these civilian cars, this oil truck nearby. And here's a photo showing a whole block of businesses that were hit. It's a beauty salon, real estate agency, a travel agency. And here's a row of homes. I counted at least 700 impact points, hitting them just in the parts you can see in this photo. There's likely way more impacts. We can see the same pattern near this strike. Several more homes were clearly hit. We weren't able to travel to the city, but we spoke to Negin Bagheri, an Iranian journalist. She was able to interview families of the victims, and using what she found, along with reports from social media, a picture emerged of the casualties. The youngest person killed by the attacks that day was struck by shrapnel while playing in front of her house, 2-year-old Avina Barzagar. And then there's the recreational center. A girls' volleyball team was practicing there when one of the missiles hit. At least 2 of them were killed and more were injured. The same missile sprayed pellets over this field during a kid's soccer practice. 2 children and their coach were killed. Pellets also reached across the street to this blood transfusion center. The building's security guard's son was waiting out front when he was struck and killed by shrapnel. We verified a total of 21 deaths. Local health officials also said another 110 people were injured. The use of PRISM missiles in combat is so new, and our access to what's happening in Iran is so restricted that there's still a lot we don't know about how this weapon is being used, what kind of target it's striking, and whether they may have caused more civilian casualties. But it appears the US military firmly believes in the weapon's usefulness. The army is looking to quadruple its budget for the PRISM missile next year. To read more of our reporting on these strikes and how we determined that PRISM missiles were being used despite the use
guests, alongside elected officials from Germany's far-right anti-immigrant AfD party and Spain's Vox. Other attendees included Stefano Forte, president of the New York Young Republican Club. In an interview ahead of the event, Greg Bovino cited Nazi Germany's lead general, Erwin Rommel, as an inspirational figure. At the summit, Bovino said, quote, "If there is inspiration gained from the U.S. Border Patrol model and method, then fantastic."
Gregory Bovino led the Trump administration's militarized immigration crackdowns in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Minneapolis. Earlier this year, he appeared in Minneapolis wearing a long olive wool overcoat that some online observers likened to, quote, a Nazi cosplay coat. California Governor Gavin Newsom's social media press account called it Nazi-coded. Bovino was eventually removed from his position in January after immigration agents under his command killed 37-year-old VA nurse Alex Preti in Minneapolis. Preti was shot dead 2 weeks after an ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis. During an interview outside the so-called Remigration Summit in Portugal, Bovino criticized the Trump administration.
The base is not very happy now over what's happening immigration-wise. They voted for mass deportations. Mass deportations are not occurring. There are no mass deportations occurring in the United States right now. So those MAGA voters,
Relationship
those 80
drama
million that came out to vote for him in the polls, are not happy campers right now.
We go now to Vienna, Austria, to speak with the reporter Charles Davis, who writes for The Guardian and also runs The Redoubt, where his new piece is headlined, "Why Did the Press Ignore a Gathering of the World's Leading Fascists?" Charles, thanks so much for being with us. Why don't you talk about what remigration is and the significance of Bovino being there?
Yeah, so remigration is basically the policy response to the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. And the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, as I think unfortunately a lot of your viewers will
We were
already
way
know
ahead
about,
on this.
is the idea that there's like a global elite plot.
This is
typically by
4 days
Jews,
ago, though,
to replace
so
white Europeans and white North
not
Americans
too bad.
with immigrants via mass migration. So remigration was a term that was popularized a few years ago by an Austrian activist named Martin Sellner. He's also the guy who helped popularize the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. And it basically is, it's an argument for mass deportations, not just of illegal criminals, as is the typical rhetoric you would hear from the Trump administration, far-right parties here in Europe, but it's the idea that you need to actually like reverse the 20th century. That the issue is not just the immigrants who came in the last few years seeking asylum or refugee status, but those who were allowed in over the last 100 years who were not really, as they see it, European or American.
And Charles, could you explain why you mentioned earlier, why is this remigration idea attributed to Jews, this global plot?
Well, actually, yeah, in my original piece that I wrote last week, I spoke to a professor at the University of Vienna named Daniel Sharp, who explained that this is basically rooted in Nazi ideology. Like the idea, specifically, let's talk about Germany and Austria, the idea that certain people were not German and Austrian, despite the fact that they had lived in this area for hundreds of years, despite the fact that they had citizenship. That was very much the Nazi idea. And in fact, remigration back then, before it became the Holocaust, was the idea that we would expel Jews to places like Madagascar. So when it's popularized now, like, I mean, this is why it caused such a controversy a few years ago when Martin Sellner was meeting with members of Alternative for Deutschland. In 2023, the German outlet Corrective reported that there was a secret meeting in Potsdam between Sellner and leaders of the AfD. And that caused national protests because Germans know their history, right? They know what happens when you start saying certain Germans are more Germans than others. And I think what is so alarming about this summit is that these people, including the AfD lawmakers that attended this, AfD lawmaker Lena Korte, and the AfD press that showed up to give her a platform, they're now doing it out in the open. And I think that is maybe one of the lessons they've learned from Donald Trump. They've been both emboldened and empowered by him. And they've also learned that the way you get away with this kind of stuff and get away with this kind of crazy, conspiratorial, and policy of ethnic cleansing,
people aren't
which I
voting
think
in
you
the
can
poll.
call remigration. The way you get away with it is not by having secret meetings that the press can then expose. You just do it out in public and you say, there's nothing scandalous here. We're doing this out in public. We're organizing on Facebook. In fact, that's where I first learned about this summit. Paid Facebook ads by the group Reconquista, which is a far-right Portuguese group, which is named after the idea of mass expulsions of Muslims historically from the Iberian Peninsula. And so now it's all out in the open. And if we can be grateful to Greg Bovino for anything, it's to drawing some attention to this and also spelling out what they mean by remigration. It is not just deporting so-called illegals. Greg Bovino, when he was criticizing the Trump administration, I'm less interested in his sour grapes and more in the fact that he pointed out that he thinks there are 100 million
That's what he is
aliens in
doing.
the United States. Now, most credible experts would tell you there are 12 million tops, but if you were paying attention during the 2024 campaign, you might have seen Donald Trump and J.D. Vance making that number go a little bit higher every time they spoke. It hit 20 million, it hit 30 million. and now it hit 100 million. And I think that speaks to the fact that they're not just trying to get people out based on pure legal status. You have to view it in the context of trying to eliminate birthright citizenship and rolling back to the 20th century. It's getting rid of people that came over the last 100 years who they define as not American or not European enough for the European context.
And so if you could say a little bit more about the way in which Trump and his administration generally have been advancing and elevating this idea, and in particular, the fact that the State Department has pledged to create an office for remigration. What is the status of that? Has it been established, and what is its purpose?
Well, you know, the Trump administration, there's always a little bit of dance that the far right does. There are those that are like the public figures that say, you know, remigration, don't get too scared about it. We actually just mean deporting criminals. That is what the AFD did after their secret meeting with Martin Sellner was exposed a few years ago.
That's what they all say.
If you go to their website, they say, we just mean getting rid of, like, the people that have committed violent crimes, etc. And same with the Trump administration. I do not know if they actually succeeded in establishing this, but the whole Department of Remigration that they were going to establish from under the State Department was ostensibly about voluntary self-deportation. Of course, when you get them to speak honestly at summits like just happened over the weekend, you see that it's not just about getting out a certain amount of illegal aliens, as they call them, or getting people to self-deport. I mean, they would get people to self-deport by creating such a hostile environment, and I think through state force to get them expelled. And in terms of remigration in Europe, the United States State Department has actually endorsed this great replacement conspiracy theory. In the U.S. National Security Strategy document that was released last December, the Trump administration warned that majority non-Europeans were taking over Europe, and that Europeans faced a stark prospect of civilizational
What did we
erasure.
figure out was the
Present
number?
trends continue,
1% per year, not counting
unrecognizable
deportations?
in 20 years or less. Now, living here in Vienna, I can tell you that that is not really taking place.
I don't want to play fucking
You know,
Repo.
there are definitely more immigrants here than there were 20 years ago, but the idea that they're facing civilizational
Then just
erasure
don't
for
show
white
up to work.
Austrians, that is, it's conspiratorial. And I think what upsets
Work
me
is
so
news,
much
not
about
fucking games.
the coverage of this and just the far-right extremism in general is that if you sound kind of crazy when you talk about it. When you say that the face of Donald Trump's deportation policy and a young Republican leader, Stefano Forte, are going to Europe to meet with self-described fans of Adolf Hitler, people that you can fairly describe as neo-Nazi activists, to talk about a plan for ethnic cleansing. It sounds crazy because, you know, we should acknowledge that there has been some reporting on this. It's not just people like myself. But you have not seen any coverage from CBS News. You've not seen any coverage from the Washington Post. And you've not seen any coverage from the New York Times. And I think that is a huge problem because the New York Times especially is an institution that could make this something more than just a one-day story. That could press the Trump administration to answer, when did they realize that Greg Bovino was a Nazi sympathizer? And to press Republicans in New York and elsewhere, do you agree with Stefano Forte in his efforts to forge a kind of neo-fascist transatlantic alliance?
So I want to ask you more about Bovino and why people should care since he has been ousted. You have him tweeting from Newark. Many people wondered if he had gone to Delaney, but on his way to Portugal, Senator Mullen, he was talking about the new DHS secretary, and the rest of them have been trying to handle these riots. Well, let's just say it's not going great. For those of you in the comments section, give a vote. Should I just handle this myself? Those agents' lives are at stake due to this inaction. And then you have, let me go to Greg Bovino speaking to Newsmax about the hunger strike at the Delaney Hall ICE jail in Newark.
As far as the facilities, those facilities are actually, I think they're too good. Fantastic facilities. Those detainees get everything they need. But what they really need is deporting, and we need to expand this facility so we can get even more detainees in there. Carl, hey, I've heard about a hunger strike, which, you know, I think that's fake news
Make
anyway,
sure
but
you
if they
vote in
did,
this poll for the
well, I'm
movie.
okay with that,
You have to
because if
check
they
to
lose
make sure
weight,
that
we
you
can get
voted,
even
even
more
if you think
people
you voted.
on
You need to
planes
check.
for deportation.
So that was Bovino talking to Newsmax. And of course, you had Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, denying there's a hunger strike, but then saying he would force feed prisoners there. And then you have Bovino saying, you have the world watching and supporting your efforts to hold the line, he's saying to ICE agents at Delaney. Every one of us wants to be shoulder to shoulder with you. In speaking with the Mean Green team, they send you support and are wishing you the best. He also talked about ICE agents at Delaney, hang in there. This is extremely interesting given he is both supporting them and criticizing the Trump administration. Your final comment on this, the role he plays.
Well, yeah, I think he does speak for the MAGA base, and I think it's interesting that when he criticizes the Trump administration, he's criticizing the czars around him. It's always the bad advisors. He's not criticizing Stephen Miller or Donald Trump. And I think he's right not to, because I think Stephen Miller and Donald Trump share the remigration agenda that he has. And I think it's interesting, since we're talking about him showing up to Newark, or at least faking that he would. You know, for several days, organizers of this summit had been teasing that they would have a special guest star. And in the weeks leading up to it, I kind of wondered who that was. I thought, is it going to be a former Fox News anchor? Is it going to be Nick Fuentes? And then Greg Bovino posted on X a photo of himself with giving what can only be described as a Nazi salute. And I think at that exact moment, I realized it is him. It is him. And I checked the Telegram channel for the summit, and they had just announced him. And I think that is what is alarming, because I think he does speak in an unfiltered way what Stephen Miller and Donald Trump would like to say, but they are prevented to by the Susie Wiles, who know, again, this kind of fascist dance, that you cannot come out and say this. You can hint at it by embracing the term remigration, but when the broader public asks you what that means, you tell them it's not the scary thing that it totally does mean, in which you are signaling to your far-right supporters that you yourself support.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast.
Fighting erupted in the Somali capital, Mogadishu, between government forces and opposition groups. The violence marked the culmination of a long-running dispute over electoral reform that has flared intermittently since at least 2012. So in this video, we're going to explain why violence is once again engulfing Mogadishu, and why this spat comes at a particularly bad time, given al-Shabaab's growing influence in the region. Anxieties about material self-sufficiency, a turn towards protectionism, great powers asserting their spheres of influence, this all looks suspiciously similar to the build-up to the First World War. In the latest issue of our magazine, we explore the remarkable parallels between now and then, and ask whether we can avoid a third one. That's just one of 80 pages in the magazine, because there's more in Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. So, to understand this story, you need to know a bit about Somalia's rather funky political system.
The sword
in
is
short,
20K.
After the ousting of longtime dictator Siad Barre in 1990, Somalia was consumed by a furious civil war. As the civil war started to calm down in the latter half of the 90s, it quickly became apparent that Somalia needed some sort of political settlement capable of holding the various clan-based factions together, but lacked the state capacity or institutional infrastructure for a fully fledged democracy. So, as a sort of middle ground, in 2000, Somalia adopted what's become known as the 4.5 system, where political representation was split evenly between the four main clans in Somalia, namely the Darude, the Dir, the Hawiye, and the Rahanweyn, with the remaining minority clans collectively getting half as much representation as one of the main clans. It's slightly more complicated than this in practice, but the basic idea is that each of the four main clans get 22.2% of seats in the Somalian parliament, and the remaining 11% or so go to the minority clans. MPs are chosen by elders from the clans, which still play a central role in Somalian politics and society, and then sent to the national parliament, where they elect the president. The 4.5 system was originally imagined as a sort of temporary stopgap, and the Provisional Constitution of 2012, specifically Chapter 4, which generally guarantees universal suffrage, was supposed to bring an end to it. But this didn't happen because the various clans and stakeholders couldn't agree on a new system. This was partly for cynical reasons. MPs elected under the 4.5 system had little incentive to change the electoral system, and certain clans, especially the smaller of the four main ones, worried they'd end up with less seats if they moved towards a classic one-person, one-vote system. But there were also legitimate worries. Defenders of the 4.5 system argue that it prevents any
You didn't drop it, you started running while
Somalia's
holding
democratic institutions are not yet strong enough to substitute clan politics as a source of political legitimacy. Although its opponents would probably argue that the 4.5 system has entrenched clan politics and stunted the development of Somalia's other institutions. Anyway, this argument has played out many times since.
I mean, there was
the root cause of the recent outbreak of violence. In short, Somalia's current president, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, who was elected in 2022, is trying to move towards a one-person, one-vote system. But much of the opposition disagrees with proposed reforms. To be fair to Mohammed, this was always the plan. When he was first elected in 2022, Mohammed immediately announced that the next elections would be conducted by universal suffrage. And originally, it looked like this might actually happen. In May 2023, for instance, his government announced that it had come to an agreement with Somalia's regional governments, known as federal member states, to move towards universal suffrage, with regional elections due for June 2024 and national elections for November 2024. However, as negotiations got into the nitty-gritty, some of the more powerful federal member states soured on the idea, accusing Mohammed of trying to essentially centralise power. This triggered a constitutional crisis in 2024 when the federal parliament approved the electoral reforms via constitutional amendments, prompting Puntland and Jubaland to suspend relations with the federal government. With no agreement forthcoming, the government was unable to schedule fresh national elections, although they were able to organise municipal elections in Mogadishu in December of last year, Somalia's first one-person, one-vote elections since 1969. This gave way to another constitutional crisis earlier this year. This crisis sort of began in March, when Mohammed and the federal parliament passed another bunch of constitutional amendments that, among other things, extended the president's term from 4 to 5 years. At the time, it wasn't clear whether this would apply to Mohammed, given he was elected in 2022, when terms were 4 years. In May, however, just before his 4-year term would have ended, but with no election scheduled, Mohammed announced that the constitutional amendments did in fact apply to him, and that he would thus stay in post for an extra year. Unsurprisingly, this didn't go down well with the opposition, including representatives from the federal member states, but also a group in Mogadishu led by former President Sharif Sheikh Ahmed and former Prime Minister Mohammed Ali Khair, who said they no longer recognised Mohammed as president. This all came to a head earlier this week, when the opposition organised anti-government protests in Mogadishu for Thursday. It's not 100% clear who started it, but what seems to have happened is that Mohammed sent federal troops to raid Ali Khair's house on Wednesday, the day before the protest, while Ali Khair was in a meeting with other clan elders. This is a pretty big deal. An attack on clan elders is generally considered a provocation against the clan as a whole, obliging a reaction from the rest of the clan.
69.
Interestingly, the US made a similar mistake during their intervention in Somalia in 1993.
Nailed it.
US forces raided a meeting of clan leaders in somewhere called Abdi House, killing a number of important clan leaders and turning many Somalis, who might have previously supported the American campaign against warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid, against the US. Anyway, Wednesday's raid quickly spiralled out into a shootout between government and opposition forces, inviting some of the worst violence the capital has seen in years. It's possible that things will have calmed down by the time this video comes out, but the basic disagreement over the precise contours of electoral reform will persist, as it has for over a decade now. Furthermore, this latest episode has eroded whatever trust was left between Mohammed and the opposition, who already saw Mohammed as essentially an aspiring autocrat, making a sustainable agreement even less likely, and further violence thus more likely. This all comes at a particularly bad time for Somalia as a whole, given that Al-Shabaab, an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, has recently been tightening its grip on the country. Al-Shabaab have long exercised de facto control over vast swathes of rural territory in South and Central Somalia, but have recently taken steps to put more pressure on Mogadishu, which is basically the only area the federal government actually controls. If the government in Mogadishu is unable to stem the infighting, this will leave Mogadishu precariously vulnerable to either a siege or, in the worst case scenario, an outright attempt on the capital. The latest issue of our magazine is out now, and if you want our best value ever, subscribing and using code SUMMER26 gets you your first copy for as cheap as £4.99. as well as 20% off as long as you stay subscribed. I told you about one of the articles at the start of this video, but this issue's truly jam-packed with content from all around the world. Obviously, the headline section is our rundown of Trump's wars around the world, discussing all of the different countries and regions which have faced Trump's military wrath, going nation by nation through the timeline, and reaching the ultimate question, has Trump created the modern war? From there, we dive into our regional sections, starting with the UK, where we unpack the results of the recent elections, take a look at the UK's odd foreign posture, and discuss if Britain has become ungovernable. Then, in the EU section, we discuss how Russia's sphere of influence is fading, why Europe's energy transition isn't what you expect, as well as looking at the Euro's missing
Doesn't matter,
members.
go.
Finally, in the global section, we discuss echoes of the First World War, what's next for Iran, as well as what really came from the Gen Z protests we saw emerging last year. That's not even everything. With this 80-page issue, our joint longest ever, there's even more to read than I've even been able to mention here. So click the link in the description to learn more and grab your copy today.
Where are you?
Dead.
Where? I got you.
Near the front.
What if, 1,000 years from now, you lived in the ruins of a fallen empire? You'd walk on the ancient roads built by those who came before you, made with techniques that have been long forgotten about. On your way to work, you'd see a cart of ancient statues go by, on their way to be crushed into building material. Passing through the market, you consider a charm sold by an apothecary. You'd reach your place of work, the old sports stadium, turn into animal stables. What if there was a symbol from the days of the Empire that had been around for so long that everybody forgot what it originally meant?
The YouTube video paused.
You'd see the symbol carved into the lintel of your family's home as a ward against fire. You'd hear it shouted aloud as part of a Christian prayer. And if you came down with rabies, you'd be administered the symbol as medicine, written on a piece of bread. What if I told you that these things already happened? The fallen empire isn't America, but the Roman Empire. Those roads, Roman roads, some of which are still standing today. And it was the Colosseum, not Camping World Stadium, that served as stables. And the fate of most Roman statues was to be crushed and roasted to produce lime mortar. People in the medieval era were surrounded by the infrastructure, art, technology, even the symbols of the Roman Empire. It was, in a certain sense, post-apocalyptic. Only in a certain sense. The Roman Empire declined over the course of many centuries. There was no single world-shattering event. To provincial folk living far from Rome, it would have been perceived as a slow failure of public works, a diminishing of trade routes, and a shifting of allegiances to the local Germanic tribes. And through it all, a symbol from the Roman Empire stuck around. It wasn't the cool S, but it was cool, and it started with an S. We call it the Sator Square, and it's been found everywhere the Roman Empire touched. Here it is on a church door in France. And here are the words of the square, scrawled into a manuscript's margins as a charm for childbirth. It was to be recited while crossing yourself, hence the cross. In England, it was found scratched into a discarded pottery sherd. Traveling further, it was found written on papyrus in a 4th century Egyptian amulet as protection against evil. It was found in Norway on a piece of wood, maybe a trencher, translated into runes. There's a 16th century account of a French madman who ate 3 crusts of bread inscribed at the square before reciting Our Father 5 times, curing him of his insanity. For Germans, there was an idea that it could put out fires. An 18th century duke issued an edict for all of his towns to manufacture Sator Square inscribed discs as an emergency firefighting measure. That belief went across the pond to America in a 19th century Pennsylvania Dutch book of folk magic called The Long Hidden Friend. It described the Sator Square fire discs, as well as a suggestion to write it on paper and feed it to cattle as a ward against witchcraft. It can even be found as far as Ethiopia, where Christianity has been practiced since the 4th century. There, the words of the square become the names of the 5 holy wounds inflicted upon Jesus. Let's go through those words. Sator, REPO, tenet, opera, rotas. You can read them in any direction, backwards or forwards, in columns or rows. There was even a theory that it was meant to be read ostrafidon, that is to say, back and forth, like oxen plowing a field. This will be more important later, but the earliest Sator squares are all written flipped actually, in what scholars call rotas form. Let's break it down. First, we have Sator, meaning sower, planter, progenitor, literally seeder, like those guys who give you free software. A REPO. What is a REPO? No, I didn't just have a Gary Johnson moment. No one knows what a REPO means. It hasn't been found anywhere at all, except in reference to the Sator square. It's often taken to be a name, or as a 14th century Byzantine scribe might have guessed, a Gaulish plow. Moving on to tenet, which means he holds, sustains, masters, comprehends. Yes, the movie Tenet is full of references to the Sator square. Opera, which means labor, effort, or attention. If you're saying no, that's opera, and it's when the fat lady sings. You're not wrong. Just know that it was originally called opera in musica, a work in music, before it was shortened to opera. And finally, we end with rotas, meaning wheels. So, taking the Sator square to be a sentence and a REPO to be a name, we can puzzle out the sower REPO works the wheels with care. But there's really all kinds of interpretations. That 14th century Byzantine scribe was the earliest recorded person we know of to puzzle it out into a sentence. Next to the square, which he dutifully copied down in Greek, he wrote, "The sower holds the plow, the works, the wheels." He translated a REPO into plow, maybe taking it from the Gaulish word arepenis, a unit of land. Maybe he just
Is that you
made it
burping?
up. It was flanked in the manuscript
Might have
by
been.
sayings
Or a
of
monster.
the wise and a list of signs of the Antichrist. This was
Might have
back
been
when
me.
every book was hand-copied and space was at a premium, so they'd fill up books with trivia, like Uncle John's bathroom reader. It was called a miscellany. So we can see that for the past 1,000 years, the Sator square maintained broadly Christian connotations, showing up on church doors and stone blocks, and being used in folk magic along with the sign of the cross. But no one really knew what it meant. A 19th century German historian was able to find an anagram in the square. Satan, I beseech thee 3 times, act immediately. But don't worry, because you can also rearrange the letters into a more Christian, I pray thee, Father, heal me. Along these lines, there was a brief consensus in the 1920s. It made such shockwaves that you'll still find people citing this as fact
Got it.
today.
Here you
If
come.
you rearrange the letters like so, you can make a cross that spells the words Pater Noster. That means Our Father, and I consider it the most important prayer in Christianity.
Fucking camera.
It's the only one that Jesus explicitly taught in the Bible. There's a leftover set of A's and O's, which are purported to stand for Alpha and Omega, a title for God in the Book of Revelation. Everybody celebrated. This seemed like too great of a coincidence to ignore. It provided a perfect explanation for the square, and it affirmed its long-maintained association with Christianity. It was a passable theory, and one people were quick to accept. But just a few years later, an archaeological find blew it all to bits. That's right, the oldest Sator squares we ever found were found in the ruins of Pompeii. The Roman city of Pompeii was a glittering coastal jewel, with a bustling port which made for a diverse and cosmopolitan populace. It had an amphitheater that could seat 20,000. It had dozens of street food spots called thermopolia. It had a brothel, painted with evocative murals. Pompeii was overlooked by the lush, fertile Mount Vesuvius, which in reality was a long dormant volcano primed to blow. In 79 AD, it erupted, filling the air with choking fumes, snuffing the city out
Right.
over the course of
We
a day.
just gotta get out of here.
Covering it with 10 to 20 feet of ash.
I didn't open any doors
The entire
except
city
the
was
path
left
to the
entombed in
exit.
stone and largely forgotten about until archaeological efforts in the 20th century unearthed the ruins. What was a cataclysmic, unexplainable tragedy ended up being an archaeological marvel. It was a perfectly preserved, untouched Roman city, like a mosquito in amber. In Pompeii, there was a big gymnasium called the Palestra Grande. It was here that the elite youth would learn drills and be indoctrinated into the Roman culture. Scratched into one of its many pillars was
You
the
say
oldest
Ionian?
Sator square ever
Run, run,
found.
run, 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 run.
Here's a copy of it. Those
It says
cryptic
pet the
words
dog.
below,
Don't pet the dog.
Vale, were
It's a
probably
trap.
signature. Vale is how letters were signed off.
Fuck
and
outta here, you
Saturnus was
dumb
a common
cunt.
spelling of
Fucking-
Saturnus, which could be a nickname.
Did you die?
Another one
Yep.
was found in the atrium of a wealthy magistrate, carved into the plaster. It was just a fragment, later reassessed as part of the square. Remember, the ruins were left undisturbed for nearly 2,000 years. The Sator Square was around for at least as long as 79 AD,
What
which is
happens
centuries
when I
earlier
extract
than
and you
anyone
don't?
previously expected. Now we know that the square didn't have Christian origins. For one thing, there was no evidence of Christians in Pompeii before the eruption. The religion was
cool.
only a few decades old.
As
and
long
the
as one
final
of us
books of the Bible
survives,
were
we
still
win.
being penned. That's why the Paternoster theory fell apart. God famously said he was the Alpha and Omega in the book of Revelation, something that was written after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Also, it seems unlikely in the first place that
want
a
this.
Latin puzzle square would rely on
Dad,
Greek letters like
can I have
Alpha
this?
and Omega. Then there's the supposed Christian cross that forms the central
It was
tenet
his hat,
of the
Mr.
square.
Krabs.
The fact is, it took centuries for Christians to adopt the cross as a sign of their faith. Crucifixion was a horrible act of torture and humiliation. It was known as the slave's punishment, and it was illegal to crucify a citizen. Cicero wrote that the very word cross shouldn't even touch the mind of a Roman citizen. It was such an indescribable act. In fact, the very earliest depiction of a crucified Jesus that we have is from a bit of mocking graffiti. In the ruins of Rome, in a training academy for servants known as the Pedagogium, this was carved on the walls. It shows a crucified figure with the head of a donkey, along with the caption,
You want this vehicle?
Alexamenos worships his god. It would be the fish, not the cross, that served as the actual Christian cryptogram.
It's only
The
19K.
Greek
We
word
can
for
afford
fish
it.
served as an
scout
acronym
one?
for Jesus,
Yeah.
and it was easy to subtly
Yes.
present a fish. It's still a popular symbol today, and maybe if Jesus was never crucified, it would be the main symbol of the religion. But I'll explore that later in a future video.
Here.
Now, there has been fairly recent academic support for the square.
That one we can hook the
but
cart
not
to.
If the Sator Square truly did originate
just
as a
destroy
secret
it?
religious symbol, it would have been a
I don't
Jewish
think
one.
so.
It was a French scholar named Nicolas Vinel who pitched its solution in a 2006 paper. Remember, there was no evidence of any Christians in Pompeii before the eruption, but there was strong evidence of a Jewish population. On the walls of the dining room, someone scrawled Sodom of Gomorrah.
Hang on, I have to get the stamina out. You parked it on
referencing a
top of the
classic story from
stamina.
Hebrew Bible.
Back it up.
They did so
Back up.
during the eruption as some sort of final message or explanation for what happened.
Okay, there you go.
There were records of people there with typically Jewish names. Even a successful wine merchant called Eudaikos, literally a Jew. So here's the solution.
I'm
for
sure
Vinel's
we
paper.
won't regret
Looking
this.
at the square itself, it's safe to assume that the Rotos form was the original true version of the Sator square. All of the earliest squares were in Rotos form, and the Sator form that became popular in the medieval era could have been flipped early on to negate any pagan powers, or just mirrored when copied from earlier designs.
We haven't gotten any fucking
So,
customization
taking the first word
things.
rotos as instructions to rotate, you can rearrange the letters, rotating the tenet cross around the center to this new square, which resembles the bronze altar from Moses' tabernacle. The tabernacle was basically a mobile temple for biblical Jews. The altar was 5 by 5 cubits, like the square, and it had horns at the corners. The T's of the transformed square could be the horns. It was 3 cubits tall, and this part of the square spells Ara Area, or altar of bronze, which is what it was. It's also topped by a serpens area, or snake of bronze. Moses famously had a bronze serpent which could heal snake bites just by looking at it. Now, I don't want to disparage
The dead
Vinel's
guy
paper.
jerking off in
It
Pompeii?
offers a very
I mean, look,
satisfying and complete
you're gonna
explanation
die.
that fits well into
Might
the
as
historical
well.
context. But honestly, it just seems a little too convoluted to be true. I've never tried to make a word puzzle, but I just don't see how someone could have composed the square with this solution in mind. The original creator of the Sator square already had to make up a word a REPO, to create the square in the first place. I don't think they were a mastermind puzzlesmith like the Minute Cryptic folks. It sounds too much like old-fashioned pattern matching, something humans can't help but do, even when the pattern is tenuous at best. It reminds me of another mystery from that era, the Roman dodecahedron. These cast bronze sculptures were found all around the Roman Empire, with no explanation as to their purpose. There's a modern theory that they were actually looms for a kind of weird, ugly glove. The truth is that knitting wouldn't be invented for another 1,000 years, and Romans would probably laugh at us for trying this. I think it was just something that metalsmiths made to show off their handiwork. I see that as something a lot like these convoluted explanations for the Sator square. With no explanation or elaboration, the human mind will go to any length to find meaning. Can you imagine future anthropologists with no cultural context trying to understand 6-7 and the accompanying hand gesture? How about the cheese touch long after the source text has been lost? It's undeniable that the Sator square was quickly co-opted as a magical charm and vaguely Christian symbol. But when I look at the faint scraps of evidence that we have, I feel like I can see the square for what it truly is. The oldest recorded meme, and something
You are
very
a
much like the
femboy.
cool S. You see, the Sator square
You
wasn't
are a
the only one
femboy.
square
You want to
found
be
in Pompeii.
dominated.
Scratched into a wall facing a public street was this smaller 4x4 square. It reads, Roma olim Milo amor. Rome wants Milo love. Milo is a real name, and the words...
What'd that look like on your screen?
Same thing.
Huh.
I couldn't look away. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. I saw grabby hands.
Yeah, I died.
You died?
Mm-hmm.
What got you?
No idea. Something. Probably that.
Oof. Hang on, trying to see if there's a gun in there. Okay, now don't die.
How do I do that?
Like that.
I swang once.
Not really a sentence. Still
See, that was a great moment we just got, me coming around that corner to that fucking monster.
A bit of imagery, especially if you were living in the Roman Empire at the time. A few of these Roma squares have been found, but it never really caught on like the Sator square, probably because its meaning and intention is more clear. I see the Sator square as an attempt to outdo or improve on the Roma square, but doing so was an almost impossible feat and required making up a word, a REPO. It's telling that no one has ever made a 6x6 or larger palindromic word square in any language. So here's how I think the Sator square was created. I'm trying to create the ultimate palindrome square. I'll start with rotas, which I know makes Sator. Rotas, rotate, feels thematic. Okay, now it's just one word filled in. We only have 9 letters left. And that middle word has to start and end with a T and be a palindrome itself in order to make the whole thing work. Praise Saturn for tenet. Now let's see. O blank
T-I-D-I-S.
E blank A.
No.
That could be Opera. And that creates a REPO. Not a word, but it's pronounceable at least. I don't think the Sator square was
How did
created
I die?
with any hidden
I don't
coded
know.
message at all. I think it was made
I'm
to
still
satisfy
figuring
the
out the game.
requirements
I've
of a
only
5x5
played
word square.
3
and any
rounds.
meaning it had was prescribed afterwards. But what did it mean to the ancient Romans? Well, I don't see why it had to mean anything specific at all. It's possible they just saw the square as an amusing piece of child lore. Let's take another look at the oldest squares. In Pompeii, one was found on a pillar in a training ground for imperial youth. It was also found on the walls of the atrium in
Nobody's still
someone's
voting
house.
in the poll.
Both were in places
You
that
gotta
you'd
vote
expect
in the
young
poll.
Romans to leave graffiti in. And what happens to young Romans when they grow up? Well, they
If you're
become
listening
adults
to me
who go on to lead
and you
troops,
haven't clicked the
serve as
poll to
clerks,
check if you
scribes,
voted,
and aides in
you
far-off
need
corners
to
of the
click the
empire,
poll
spreading their
and
knowledge,
check if you
beliefs, and
voted, even if you're sure
it
you
was found
voted.
painted on the wall inside a Roman military office in a border town in Syria. Not just graffiti, but something done with care and a decorative flourish. And so far from the heart of the empire, I can very easily imagine the Sator Square being a welcome reminder of home, in the same way that Kilroy was here graffiti functioned for US troops during World War II. As the centuries went on, you can imagine how the Sator Square's origins were quickly forgotten about, and it took on a life of its own. So, sorry to get all Ryan Johnson on you and subvert your expectations, but often the most elegant solution to the convoluted mystery is that there is no mystery. The Sator Square, with those 25 letters that form those 5 enigmatic words, provided plenty of material for people to interpret and incorporate into their own culture, even when completely removed from its original context. So my question for the comments is this: what things from life
Thank
today
you,
will
single
totally
person who has
confuse people
confirmed that
1,000
they
years from
checked.
now? It could be concepts like racism and the family unit, but odds are those will still be around, and it's going to be those dog poop bag dispensers that no one will understand. This is my first video since I hit 100,000 subscribers. I just know that silver play button will look great on my wall. No! I wish I didn't drop my play button, but what's done is done. Or as Caesar once said, the die is cast. He was referring to a six-sided game die.
Now we
but
have to
right
go and
now I
find
wanna
the
talk
thing.
about the die of a coin.
What?
If you join my Patreon at any tier, I will send you a goblin
The little
quarter.
snowcat.
I had the stamp made on Alibaba, and I'm using the cheapest
Oh,
hydraulic press
the
I can
thing.
find to deface
Yes,
US coinage.
the thing.
I've already sent out over 50 of them all around the world. There's
I'm
also a
making a
Minecraft
reference
server for Patreon.
to a movie.
I've always dreamt of hosting a Minecraft
Yeah,
server.
I just assumed
It's like a little
it
microcosm
was
of reality.
a general
Come,
thing.
build with me. I want to issue a sincere thank you to everyone who enjoys my content and helped me get to where I am today. But this is only the
Uh-oh.
The door opened by itself.
Uh-oh. There's a morality police here. It's going towards the truck. Oh, you're in here too. It's coming! Ah! It's coming! Get under!
I tried to close the door.
The morality police got ya. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Is there 3 now? There's only been 2. Now there's 3.
I voted. Do I get an I voted sticker?
Only if you don't get killed by the morality police.
I have a better idea. Hold on. Well, you should vote again. Looks like I'm out of weed. Need to cut it up. You just pull it apart, don't you?
Yeah.
Fucking savage. Fucking troglodyte. Join the modern world and get a Kmart grinder. Kmart has to know that people buy their grinders for weed, right? They have to know. Fuck! The Geiger counter is going off. Oof.
That was enough to get out of here.
Need more.
I still haven't seen the morality police.
You want to know why I'm against Save the Trees? Because if we were for Save the Trees, we'd not be able to cut down weed. They'd want to... Does that count? Is that a tree? Or is that just a plant? I say it's a tree. If a bonsai tree is a tree, so is a marijuana plant. Oh, are we fucking for real? Instantly real?
I thought it was safe.
I guess not. I guess we'll see if I die. I only have 1 health left. She didn't see me.
Goddamn morality police.
Oh, there she is. She don't see me. Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
I don't know, she's... Sounds like she's grinding something up or vacuuming. Here's the poll. If you're waiting for the movie to start, you have to vote in this poll.
Ah, she's still right there. Holy shit. Will you fucking leave? God fucking damn it. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck. I'm just gonna stay right here until she leaves. It's a bit sticky. Is she gone?
I guess you're just not supposed to look at her.
I was looking right at her.
Yeah, I was... Apparently, she can reach you under the table.
Hey, you're alive. Got it. Cracked it.
I say we might as well start over where we're both at 100 health. And just hope we get a good first map. Because you probably have 50 health as well, right?
Yep. Yummy.
Donald Trump faces plunging public approval at home and a messy war he initiated abroad. But he has an opportunity to change that narrative, not in the Middle East, but more than 1,000 miles away in Europe, where a bloody war rages on between Russia and Ukraine. In recent months, the tide has turned in that conflict in ways that make peace finally possible. Ukraine is now in the 5th year of a war against an adversary with roughly 12 times its economy and more than 4 times its population. Its mere survival has been one of the great military and national achievements of the modern era. But now, Kyiv is no longer simply surviving. It is changing the arithmetic of the war. For years, Russia's brutal advantage was not that it fought well. It was that it could fight badly and endure the cost. Putin's army used conscripts, convicts, ethnic minorities, poor men from remote regions, and anyone else the state could throw into the furnace. It lost staggering numbers of soldiers, but it could recruit more than it lost, often bringing in more than 30,000 men every month. That equation has begun to break. Russia is taking losses at a rate that appears to exceed its ability to replace trained troops. Its advances, bought at enormous cost, have slowed to a crawl. Russian forces that once aspired to take all of Donbass are now moving in meters, not miles. In May, battlefield trackers suggest Russia barely gained territory at all and may even have lost some ground. Russia's size, once its great advantage, has become a liability. More logistics to protect, more targets to defend, more territory vulnerable to
Russia's never
attack.
had to fight a war in its own territory.
Ukraine, meanwhile, has substituted speed, intelligence, and ingenuity for mass.
Get a
it
clean
has built a
extraction.
formidable drone industry.
Because it does
much of it home.
save our progress even if we die. Because the other game, that the farthest we made it, that level 2 one, I can load from.
Okay.
So if we get a nice clean first level without a monster that's a pain in the ass.
Can we
then
play
we'll have
Portal 2-player?
I have it on PC, maybe. We can do it next Monday.
What about Prey? Is Prey split screen or co-op?
I don't have it, so...
It might be
I have
cheap.
Titanfall on my PC as well. I have Portal 2 and Titanfall. I bought them both because you said you wanted to play them.
Homegrown. It plans to produce 7 million drones this year. By comparison, the United States is planning to produce around 300,000
So we might
by the end of 2027.
get lucky, and if we time it right, we might be able to find games on Frontier Defense, which is the multiplayer, which is the best multiplayer that has been made for the last 15 years.
We gotta have you do a Frog Fractions gameplay as well, because it's very funny.
Already?
It's like it's like a joke game.
Okay.
That would be like something special. Also, I've uploaded that Star Fox gameplay. Where was that? Oh, I'm trying to look at Steam. I have Bloons Tower Defense 6.
Hey, that's fine. We can play that.
That's co-op.
Well, I don't have it.
I mean, it is co-op, is all I'm saying. Yeah, I don't really have anything besides what I just told you. That's co-op. Because most of the time, anytime I suggest something, you're just saying no. So I don't go for it.
Ukraine is using mid-range strikes to disrupt Russian logistics and command posts behind the front.
I'm talking about the original one.
It is using long-range drones and missiles to hit refineries, oil depots, airfields, radar sites, and military factories inside Russia itself. Putin can no longer keep the war safely contained in Ukraine. Even Moscow's Victory Day celebration in Red Square last month was scaled down under the shadow of Ukrainian drones. None of this means Ukraine is close to an easy victory. Russia is still pounding Ukrainian cities with missiles and drones. Kyiv remains short of Patriot interceptors. It still has manpower problems, and its politics have been strained by corruption scandals and harsh conscription. But the momentum has shifted.
Why is it
one crucial reason for this change is Europe.
It's a 16-year-old game.
The most underappreciated success of the war this year has
I
been
can't afford
Europe's
things right
ability
now.
to step in
No,
after
that's why I was
stepped
checking
back.
how much it was.
European
No, I can't afford
aid has
anything.
Now largely offset the collapse in
Because
American
if you got
support
Modern
for
Warfare
Kyiv.
2, we could do
The
Spec
EU's
Ops.
90 billion
I can't afford
euro
anything.
loan package is
I
beginning to
understand.
move.
I'm saying that if
Freed
you
from
could,
Viktor Orban's
Modern
obstruction
Warfare
after his
2, we could
defeat
do
in
Spec
Hungary.
Ops.
Europeans have taken charge of this war. This is where Trump comes in. His diplomacy toward Ukraine has
And it
been
would also
so
align
far
with
a
the new Call of
study
Duty
in
release.
squandered leverage.
And we could maybe
He
pillage some
berated
views
Zelensky publicly,
playing the old
treated
game.
Ukrainian concessions as the starting point of negotiations, and gave Putin reason to believe he could wait the West out. But Trump still has tools no European leader possesses. He could threaten to restart major American military aid to Kyiv, tighten sanctions on Russian oil and the Shadow Fleet, and speed up the sale of U.S. weapons to NATO countries for transfer to Ukraine. Then he could offer Putin an exit ramp in the form of a peace deal. Remember, Russia has lost somewhere between 350,000 and 500,000 soldiers in a war that, according to a new independent survey,
I feel like
is
it's
now
way higher
deeply
than that.
unpopular at home. Trump's pro-Russian bias, ironically, positions himself well to make such a deal. Putin knows
interesting
Trump has
take.
long been skeptical of Kyiv and indulgent towards Moscow. Of course, for the Ukrainians and Europeans to accept the deal, it would have to be serious. Ukraine should be willing to concede territory, but its new borders must be defensible. It needs real security guarantees that anchor Ukraine in the West.
Yeah,
The
I want to see
war
if
is
Terraria.
not about Donbass. It's about whether Ukraine will remain a sovereign country
like if
free
we
to
could
choose its
have
future.
a world and have people in chat
Putin's
be able to
twin
play, 'cause,
theories
like everyone
of
has
victory
that game.
were that Ukraine was weak and that the West would tire. Both have collapsed. This is Trump's opportunity. He could help end the worst war in Europe since World War II, secure Ukraine's place in the West, and deter a revanchist great power with an imperial project to defeat the West. This would be a real achievement, not a phony photo op ceasefire like the ones in the Middle East that Trump has brandished. It would be a deal that actually deserves to be called historic.
Let's join retired US Army Major General Mark McCarley with his thoughts on this now. Thank you so much for joining us, Major General. Do you feel the tide is turning in this conflict? Because we keep hearing about Ukrainian triumphs when before we were just hearing about Ukrainian defeats.
Well, I think the best measurement is a measurement that is taken on the ground, because at the end of the day, war is fought ground up. What you've described in the last couple of minutes, of course, is what we call the standoff war, where both parties, Russia and Ukraine, shoot their arsenal, send that barrage of
Is this
missiles,
truck
ballistic
that's driving
missiles,
what we're in?
drones across borders. But when we assess what has taken place, the Russians have been unable to move that line of contact for any significant distance for the last 6 months. And that is
6 months.
significant.
I thought it was longer than that.
That registers as a great success on the part of the Ukrainian ground forces. That's why I think it's legitimate to say that the Ukrainians are performing much, much better in 2026 than they did last year.
Which is interesting because so much has been said about the development of drones in Ukraine and how effective they've been in developing that technology. But what you're saying is we should be looking at how successful they've been on the ground as well.
Absolutely. The ground will dictate the ultimate victor, or however this matter is ultimately negotiated. But drones are a weapon system. The ground forces, Ukrainian ground forces, and the Russian counterparts use drone systems. Drones are the tool or the weapon of choice. Close to the front line, you've got Ukrainian forces, and the manner in which they engage the Russians is to launch multiple drones that have the capability, this has been developed over the last couple of years, to identify specifically a Russian grouping of personnel or Russian tanks and other weapon systems on the ground. The drones have been, the ones developed by Ukraine, have performed significantly and have contributed
they're exporting
to a
their drones,
stabilization, if not an
aren't they?
improvement of the situation on the ground.
They're not just
Still, the
making
Russian
them for
military
the
is
front
far
lines,
bigger
they're
than
actually selling them.
Ukraine's. Is there an opportunity? Do they have any sort of slack, do you think, to be able to really launch a major push, which they, in theory, could be capable of?
Oh my gosh, that's perhaps the most important question. If we were in the Ukrainian office of the chief of its armed forces, that would be the same question put forward.
It's so
Russia
risky.
has significant resources, much more resources than Ukraine. But this war is fought, as we said, on the ground. It's also fought, and what we wanted to address today is this aerial barrage coming from west to east, that's Ukrainian, and from east to west from Russia. And the purpose of those barrages, of course, is to destroy infrastructure, destroy manufacturing facilities, those factories, and military congregation and military resources to degrade the Ukrainians' ability to fight. But when you get down to reality, the significant expression of what
if
takes
you look at
place
that map
with these
right
aerial
there, pause it.
barrages is the fear and trepidation that those on the receiving end of the
Ukraine's done pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, look at how much they've taken back. They've pushed them all the way back into the east. Yeah, they lost Kherson and they kind of buckled at the river and failed there, but that's, you know, a battlefield failure. It happens. Realistically, these lines haven't moved for a long time. The Ukrainians are in a defensive position. The attrition on the Russian side is so much worse. At what point are the Russian forces just going to start abandoning? Like, what if the Ukrainians were like started doing what's the thing that the Vietnamese did in Saigon?
I think the thing is with Russia is that, like, once they actually lose the ability to maintain a defense, the war will end. They won't actually lose all their ground.
What do you mean?
Because the war will be going on so long that even more wariness amongst Ukraine, like they would be strong-armed into making the deal whenever.
Yeah,
Russia wants to
that's
end
the
war.
issue here. But
it's not just Russia ending the war by leaving. They can end the war. Like, Russia could end the war, and when they're actually like worn out.
It's just a matter of time of when that would happen. But at the same time, like, if America just hardlined it and was like, all right, We're going to give them everything they need if you don't fucking leave the 2022 borders of Ukraine. Get the fuck out. Like, they're already dominating with the drone systems. They're hitting Russian cities. If they continue on with this kind of strategy, it might regain some morale within Ukraine to be like, yeah, fucking get them the fuck out of here. Maybe. But if they get stuck in a stalemate again on a push, it's gonna go back to like, why are we still fighting this? So, I think the only realistic scenario is that Russian fighters start abandoning post and using...
I mean, they already do, but...
but in greater numbers, but
I just
why not?
I just think that the war basically has been over.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna slowly scale down to be another, you know...
Eastern conflict.
No, just another dividing line, like South Korea and North Korea. I don't think anything's really gonna change.
Unless Putin dies. Unless they get him. If they get him, there's every chance that Russia would just leave.
I mean, Zelensky was gonna go to St. Petersburg. I think that's crazy.
That is insane. That's a really bad idea. And especially right after you hit them, like, you're not leaving that place alive.
Well, I think he probably said yes to, like, call the bluff. Being like, I'm not afraid of you, bitch. And
True,
Russia
more
doesn't
of like
want it to end, so they're like, never mind.
Because there's no way the Russian society supports this. Like, obviously there's going to be the hardliners, but there's no way the wider society, once the war started hitting Russia proper, hitting St. Petersburg, hitting Moscow, hitting infrastructure, I feel like the Russians were like, this is fucked. What are we doing? But just because of the political culture in Russia, they aren't gonna go out and protest. They'll get shot. So it's like, what else are they gonna do? They kind of just have to keep their head down and survive. This is the problem, and I'm sure that there's like that kind of sentiment in Ukraine as well, where it's like, why are we fighting this? Just give up the land. It's like they don't care because they might be far enough away that it doesn't impact them. But at the same time, like, this whole war has been littered with war crimes by Russia. I mean, from Bucha to literally hitting fucking Chernobyl twice. Like, these are things that Russia needs to be held accountable for, and they're not going to. And if Trump gives them, like, hands them the win and gives them all this fucking territory in Ukraine, it's just going to encourage them to do it again. What's the next country? Are they going to take the fucking, the Baltic states? They're going to just be like, oh, Estonia has, like, 12 people in it. Guess we'll take that. Sure, it's in NATO. Is NATO going to do anything? That's the question. Would they even enact the article? You would want to hope so. Would America go in? Probably not. It's just going to be Europe against Russia, and what's going to be changed? Oh, it's not Ukrainians dying this time, it's Europeans. Now we better care. I don't think Russia would win. But at the same time, I don't think Europeans are willing to sacrifice what is necessary to win against Russia. So I don't know. Like, something needs to be done here, and you can't just let Russia get away with it by being like, oh yeah, I guess we'll stop bombing Ukraine now. It'd be like Israel just being like, oh fine, we'll stop bombing the Palestinians. Stop criticizing us. Well, the genocide still fucking happened. The attacks have still happened. The war crimes still happened. The summary executions still happened. The attacking infrastructure during winter still happened. Russia's still invaded and is occupying Ukrainian territory. Has been since 2014, as you can see on the CNN map here. And what, Russia's just going to get away with it? Like, you might as well say goodbye to the liberal world order because it's done. If you kowtow to Russia, you prove that this American-fronted liberal world order is dead. It's a corpse. And then what? What does that leave us? Now we get red-flavored fascism? Cool. Great, that sounds like a much better proposal. I don't know. I think it's much easier to fight America than it is opaque dictatorships. I don't know about you. I think it'd be pretty difficult to subvert Chinese or Russian information control if they were running the internet. That would suck. And like, I just don't understand why they've been so feckless about giving Ukraine what they fucking need. Like, I understand that they're nervous about like Ukraine using that experience and weaponry to turn into like this super tyrannical experience in war state. Don't fuck them over. Make sure Zelensky's still alive. Because if he dies, chances are some fascist moron is going to take over and boom, you've got a heavily armed, highly experienced army that may be sympathetic to Russia. Or Iran, or China. Whoever. Is that really what you want? I don't think so. I think there are much worse things in the world. And that being said, America's getting pretty fucking bad. It's really becoming not much different. And the choices are not that far from each other. Seems like a real problem.
Of those drones and ballistic missiles, how they are going to counter it. Will an attack by Russia, as the Russians have demonstrated the last couple of days, in which they've sent swarms, as you've addressed, of Shahed drones and ballistic missiles, how has that influenced the Ukrainian population, especially in Kyiv, which has been the focus of all that? Will the Kyivians, will those in Ukraine continue to be resilient? Now, the Russian objective is to degrade that resilience and put political pressure on Zelensky to come to terms with Russian demands. And the counterpart of that is that with the increasing sophistication and the manufacturing of greater numbers of Ukrainian drones and ballistic missiles, that same sort of psychological pressure is now being applied in Russia. And if you look at some of the open source materials, you're beginning to see some significant portions of the Russian population, discreetly, of course, they can't stand up and condemn Putin, but they certainly are expressing concern about the fact that the war has taken so long, that Russia has sustained significant casualties and that the Russian people want to be done with this war. So that's part of this psychological combat, which is exemplified.
So what's the main metric?
If you voted in the poll, type "I voted."
He made better off?
What?
What's the main metric that he made better off? GDP, unemployment, inflation? Do you have any idea?
Listen.
Well, reviews of the episode have not been.
Listen, guy.
Conservative pundit Dave Rubin branded the
All right, go.
imbecile, reported the UK's independent newspaper. MAGA host mocked after failing to name any of Trump's achievements, said the Daily Beast. Commentator Mehdi Hassan declared it's official. Dave Rubin is the dumbest man in right-wing media. Glenn Greenwald, meanwhile, said it's not news that Dave Rubin is one of the dumbest people in media. A theme developing there.
All right, so Dave Rubin has been completely humiliating himself basically his whole career, but especially recently. For some reason, he decided to do this 1 versus 20 Jubilee debate.
Did you say the name
I don't know
of this
how
level?
he thought this was a good idea.
Yeah,
the
Museum
people
of
that are
Human Art.
debating
We've done
him
it a
probably
couple
couldn't
times.
believe he
That's
agreed
a very
to do
funny
this.
name.
Even Tim Pool, who knows Dave
Sir,
and I would
oh,
imagine is
look.
kind of friendly with him, was acting like this is low-hanging fruit. And
Survival help. Duck, no touch. BRNN guy? Bren guy? Life is important. Hide.
I think it's Brain Guy. It's the big head. Upscream. We once picked it up together. Throw
I
a
threw
grenade on a big one.
a big one.
And it was not... What? It was not enough. So I pushed it down a hole and that did it. Fresh corn for ammo?
For ammo.
Weird.
Hey, here's more corn. Fresh corn for ammo in parking lot.
Jubilee brought on Dave because they know he's an idiot and would make a fool out of himself while trying to defend Trump. Like, Dave's so bad at this, Tim thought it was unfair for them to even do this debate. I mean, he almost acts like it was a setup, but Dave chose to do this. He thought this was going to go well for him. So he's either completely delusional or he's just desperate. But it's getting sad at this point. Not even Dave's friends in politics can defend this. The best they can do is just be like, guys, come on. We all know Dave is bad at this. Of course he's going to embarrass himself.
See, this is why I don't like people like Parker. First of all, the dude's famous for debating people who aren't good at debating. Now, in this instance, I don't know that Dave Rubin's a debater. He's a guy with opinions. I would argue that I have better answers than Dave has in this regard. This is why I'm not a fan of this stuff.
Hey, look,
I don't debate people who are stupid. We don't intentionally bring on people who are bad at this stuff so that I can get viral clips. I'd be much more famous and make a lot more money if I did.
What is it?
It's worse off in terms of growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. If you look at Dow Jones and S&P 500,
they're both up quite a bit right now.
But lower rate, lower growth rate.
Dave's not a debater.
He's walking towards you. He's aiming at me.
With conservatives trying to go in and debate a dude who can rattle off metrics.
Okay.
And my response to Parker is, woohoo, graph go up. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Graph go up. Joe Biden, he get graph
Well, that
go up.
I
one
don't
wasn't
know what the hell that
clean.
was. It sounds like
so
Tim wouldn't have done much better. But also Piers Morgan had on someone to try to defend
we did
Dave,
not
and
accomplish
again,
our
this was a
goal of getting
disaster.
one clean
This guy said he
game where
really
we're
likes
both
Dave,
at
but it
max
still
health
sounds
after
like
the
he
first
realizes
level.
Dave isn't very good at this because he gets asked, what does Dave contribute to the right-wing space? Which is a good question because it seems like Dave only makes whatever movement he's part of look worse. Like, I don't know what he brings to the table, and even when his friend is asked about it here, he doesn't even try to say Dave's good at what he does or anything like that. He just says Dave's a good dude. But according to Piers, that's not even true. It's so funny. He immediately responds to Dave being called a good dude, and he's like, actually, he's not. Then he starts going off on him for being two-faced and calls him a duplicitous little shit.
I think I'm probably better than Dave at this, and I like Dave a lot, but I think I'm probably better than Dave at this.
Okay, well, let's
What
put
do
it
you like about Dave, Will? I'm actually so curious. Like, what does
That's
he contribute to the
bullshit.
right-wing space?
I mean, he's just a good dude.
Like, we can just start there. Like, do you know what? He's not really.
Yeah.
Because when I went to do
that's
Megyn
bullshit.
Kelly's show in Miami,
I was behind him, and he just
David's,
fucking
Dave Rubin
360
asked
no
me to go on his
scoped me.
podcast, which involved going the wrong way out of Miami for an hour and then crisscrossing back to Patrick. And I said, you know what? I'll do it as a favor to a guy that's been on my show a lot. So I went and did all that, and literally.
If you voted in the poll, type I voted in the chat.
In public. And I was like, wow, you really are a duplicitous little shit. And no, you live and learn. But the idea that Dave Rubin is a good guy, I'm afraid is not borne out by my experience. I thought he was utterly.
Hold on. I want to vouch for what Will's saying.
So things just keep getting worse for Dave, and quite a few people have had a falling out with him or cut him off. He was too much of a grifter even for Joe Rogan. After a few podcasts, Rogan realized he was a bullshit artist and stopped having him on, which Dave, of course, would complain about. He always seems really entitled to. Like, since Rogan didn't have him on, then he started trashing him. And during the last podcast they did, he kept pressuring Rogan to do his show, but Rogan clearly wasn't interested, so it was awkward. Like, Dave just sounds so insufferable. I mean, begging someone to do your podcast during a podcast is embarrassing. And apparently, even if you do him a favor and go on his show, which I don't think many people really care to do, like, it doesn't benefit Piers.
I already told you 4 times now. Well, 3 different people have said they voted in the poll, but only 2 people plus Jack have voted.
So it sounds like Dave probably burned that bridge.
I found a golden turd.
You know, Piers is really popular, and he was nice enough to do Dave's show. But still, it's not enough. So I don't know how it's worth dealing with him. And it's crazy because he offers nothing, but he couldn't believe when Rogan wouldn't do his show, and then that Rogan cut him off.
Like, when I do his show or he does my, I really enjoy that guy.
By the way,
I like him.
You do freaking Shapiro's show before my show?
Sorry.
What? The guy's had a show for 3 weeks.
I'll do a show.
What are you doing?
People are mad at me with the way I dressed. See that?
What a wanker.
Man, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, wait,
always
hold on. Now I'm getting you official. You went to Shapiro before me.
Listen, just it happened. I was free that day. We'll do your show.
Will I go on Rogan's podcast? I asked him, and our PR people asked him about a bajillion times to go on for my book. We did not get a response as far as I know, so I don't know what happened there. It's a little weird for me to say that publicly.
And then when Rogan stopped having him on,
you have to check.
Shit about him.
Click and make sure you
really
voted.
Petty, and he's always just been a useful idiot. Everyone knows that. But now he's not even useful anymore. You know, he's just an idiot. I don't know if there's any purpose for him. Like, for a while, his shtick was why I left the left, and that was working for him. Like, he got some big media deals, and I think Peter Thiel might have been backing him at one point. And then he got that Tenet media deal, which was backed by Russia, and he's making $400,000 a month just to do a few YouTube shorts a week, I think it was, which is insane. The fact that somebody paid Dave Rubin that kind of money is obviously suspicious as hell. And even Megyn Kelly, who was friends with him, I don't know if she is anymore, but at the time she was. She told him not to take it because she knew it was suspicious, but of course Dave didn't give a shit.
I said, who's funding this? And he said, it's a French businessman. And Dave would have no reason to lie to me that he said that explicitly. And not for nothing, but the conversation went on, and I will tell you that I told him not to do it. And that was not necessarily because I knew anything about the funding. We didn't get into that more than him saying it was this French guy. But I don't have good feelings about this Lauren Chen. And I was right.
So even people around him knew something was up, but of course Dave couldn't turn down that kind of money. And he lives a lavish lifestyle. According to Candace Owens, he lives way above his means. And he bought a $5 million house and got the money from Peter Thiel. Then when Thiel charged him interest on the loan, he of course got all annoyed about it because that's like pocket change for Thiel.
He's such a cheap ass, okay, that it was one of the reasons him and Charlie had a falling out, and we'll get to that in a second. He likes to live above his means, and he told me that he needed $5 million to buy some house in some swanky neighborhood. So he went to his friend, billionaire Peter Thiel, and asked for $5 million. But Peter Thiel then asked for a percentage, like, you know, yeah, I'm going to loan you this money, but if I'm going to be the bank of Thiel, you're going to pay interest. And he was, I can't believe he's a billionaire. This should be a drop in a bucket. He could just give me the $5 million.
That's
and
pretty
he's gonna make me
entitled.
pay interest. He's literally talking trash about a guy that loaned him $5 million. Yeah. Right? Currently, he had loaned him $5 million. He was talking trash about him. So
now that Dave's career has fallen off, and I don't know if many people care to fund him anymore, I think he's getting desperate, and maybe that's why he took that debate. But after that, I think Trump should pay Dave not to
I wonder how
advocate
much they
for
paid him.
Like, he only makes things worse. He's been getting absolutely cooked for that debate. I don't know how it benefits anyone to have him on their side. I guess they'll shamelessly promote propaganda. That's about it. But I feel like most people see through it, and Dave just makes a fool out of himself.
I don't
like
know
recently
where
there was
Shotgun
this
Man
compilation put together of him talking about the Iran war, and it's insane how bad his predictions are and how wrong he's been about everything and how full of shit he is. But he's been a grifter for
There's
so
something
long,
blue
and he
here.
has absolutely no shame about it. I mean, he has no problem bullshitting his audience and lying to them as long as the checks keep coming in. That's all that matters.
Allow me to make a prediction here in my prediction
box?
stuff. I'm not polymarket, I'm not call sheet, but I'm pretty good at predictions.
What the fuck was
my
that?
prediction here is that everything that the media is now going to say about Iran.
Oh my god.
It said, they said don't touch the duck.
None of this is going to come to pass. Gas prices are coming down and
I
will
touched the duck.
continue to come down. If the United States wants to keep
Oh my
the Strait
God.
of Hormuz open, which it does,
Get
and
away
Donald
from me.
Trump said we'll escort ships through if we have to, it's going
Oh
to
my God, get
stay
the fuck
open.
away from
Sounds
me.
like the Kurds are starting to enter the country
Go
with
away.
arms to help the people
If I just do
take out the
nothing, is it
last
gonna attack me?
vestiges of the IRGC. There's a
Just
lot
don't
of good
touch
things
him.
happening.
Okay.
This
It's not
is
gonna do anything to me.
Iranians, and you can hear they are chanting "Bibi June," "Bibi Netanyahu."
Look, I've got a
in
duck.
In Iran,
I've got a friend.
They are chanting praise for Benjamin Netanyahu.
This little motherfucker jumps in front of me. Oh, I found the shotgun man.
Studied for decades,
Oh, he's blind.
right? For decades, they will study
That's
how
great.
this incredible war took place.
because
And
my
when we
mic
have-
is open, so he heard me talking to you.
That is hilarious. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Intriguing. Yeah, we're figuring stuff out. I wonder if that means I can walk around with my torch on and he won't see me. Or it's my footsteps that he hears. Ooh. Laser. I'm not sure if I have enough yet. What the fuck did that do? What is this box?
I don't know, open it. Looks like a safe. Yeah, you rotate with the by holding right.
Because the face was moving.
Yeah, you probably have to dial it in to figure out the combination.
I'm just gonna drag it. A $10,000 golden turd. I can't take it with me.
Uh-oh.
Fuck. I backed right into him.
That was so funny. That was fucking comical.
I was locked in. I'm pissed.
I don't understand the point of the game after the losing game.
I dropped it. Haha.
Alright, now just don't die. Get on top of that. What?
Nice. I have to touch the thing.
Oh, okay. Does that mean it continues?
I'm assuming. Trump getting booed is very funny.
Okay. One clean one.
Department of War that is not looking for war, but will perform war, then we are going to do it at the maximum level of competency.
So this guy has no credibility left. I don't know how anyone could take him seriously. Also, I always forget he started as a comedian. He originally was
Goblin
just some
style.
shitty
Does that mean
comedian,
there's going to
but he
be?
probably
Do you
wasn't
think
getting
these
anywhere in the
mean what
entertainment
monsters are
industry,
going to be
so,
here?
Of course, he switched to politics, which is a transition we see a lot from comedians. But at least he's making people
'Cause
laugh
the
now.
duck was in
You
that
know, it's
last
hilarious
map,
watching this
and there
guy
was a
debase
thing
himself.
talking about the duck
I mean,
on
he's
the
so
wall.
bad at what he does. People like Tim Pool act like it's not even fair to make fun of him or debate him because everyone knows he's not very smart. You know, they treat him like he's disabled and people shouldn't be picking on him. I mean, even Joe Rogan implied that Dave is cognitively limited.
Is there a difference between, say, what Sam Cedar does to Dave Rubin?
Mental incompetent? Do you mean that they're ignorant,
Mocking
or
them.
that they're mentally ill or
No,
cognitively
just
limited?
Cognitively limited. But with Dave, you know, there's enough moments where he's misstepped, where they just feel like, okay, we got a wounded antelope.
Yeah. So everyone at that Jubilee debate should be ashamed of themselves for debating someone they know is cognitively limited. It's so funny Dave is so bad at his job, people almost act like it's bullying to goof on him or debate him. Like Jubilee shouldn't have asked him because they know he's not all there. I mean, it's pathetic that he has to be treated like that. You know, I think it's even more insulting than the people making fun of him. Because they're basically just like, what did you guys really prove? Dave's an idiot? Of course. Everyone knows that already. So it's rough, but Dave's a grifter and he put himself in that situation. That's why nobody has sympathy for him. He's a total sellout. And I guess since there are people that fund him and take him seriously, he really overestimated himself doing this debate. He forgot that he's cognitively limited. So he just seemed totally lost during this. I don't think he prepared for it at all. Like, people think he has a humiliation kink or something because obviously this was going to be a disaster. Anybody could have told you that. I mean, it seems like everybody left and right are like, what the hell was he thinking agreeing to do this? And unfortunately, I can't play any of the clips from the debate because it gets copyright claimed. But right when you think things couldn't get much worse for him, Dave is now crying about how he thought his life might have been in danger during the debate.
I honestly believe several of them would have killed me if given the opportunity, truly. And you all know my my guy Joe who works for me, and he said to me after, he said, Dave, I made a choice halfway through that if one of them was going to attack you, I was going to get involved. Because that's the level of tension. Like, I could feel the daggers coming at me. The ones that, mostly they had horrible scowls on their faces.
Get away from
the
me!
ones that smiled at me actually seemed like the most dangerous because they were like Joker smiles.
And the weird Joker smiles, it was so distracting and so unpleasant. You can't have discourse. I don't know how you pulled it off.
Drew, that's cringe.
Truly, to sit around 20 people that have nothing
a doll is running
like,
towards
there
you.
wasn't even
Yeah.
I tried my best.
Crouch.
I kind
of
didn't want to do it because I've
saw
just
a
been
goal.
through enough versions of the internet.
I saw shadows. Oh my god. Why does it have swords for arms? It's coming to you. Have fun.
Are you dead?
Nope. Oh, goblins. Is that for you? I think the goblins are in the bins.
Alright, it can reach me! It can reach me! I don't like this.
You can hide in the bins, John. You're dead.
Alright, that was not a clean one.
It was not.
And dealt with the hate and the whatever. My team really wanted me to do it. I was like, you know what? I'll give it. I'll do it. Whatever. It's not a big deal. I tried to say, I'll show you a little respect to start this thing. They offered nothing. For 2 hours and 55 minutes, I think I did a very nice job. I did have one blip moment where I kind of blanked on something, and I fully grant that.
So I don't think it can get more pathetic than this. This guy is something else. And of course, he thought he did a good job, and he probably thought he would have done even better if he wasn't fearing for his life. You know, he was scared of a bunch of woke
wanker.
And I think MAGA should probably disown him after that. Like, who is he helping with that debate? But let me know what you guys think, and make sure you check out the Patreon to hear about Peter Thiel's ties to Clavicular and how dystopian Lux Maxing is. And okay.
Still counting the votes and mail-in ballots from Tuesday's primaries. California is known to have a drawn-out vote count as local officials work through millions of mail-in ballots. Some don't even arrive until after Election Day, although they need to be postmarked by Election Day. It'll still be days before the race is resolved. Republican Steve Hilton currently leading by a narrow margin, but he's criticizing the pace of the vote counting.
This election is turning into yet another Democrat fiasco. It is a complete disgrace that now, nearly 2 days after the election, barely half the votes, just over half the votes have been counted.
Do you believe anything nefarious is going on?
We're watching everything very closely. Our team is on top of everything. We've got lawyers standing by if needed. At this point, we haven't seen any need to intervene in that way, but we are very frustrated.
Meanwhile, President Trump is alleging, without providing any evidence, that there is, quote, big cheating in California. He says that that is under investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office. So let's talk to the guy who runs that office. Joining us now is First Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. That's how
Good. So are you investigating voter fraud?
Well, I'm not going to comment on any specific investigation. What I will tell you is that we do monitor and we do look for fraud in every election. This is no exception. Any election that has a federal candidate on it, we do monitor and we look for fraud. And there's no question there is fraud in every election. The question is how much fraud. We know that California, there's been many people prosecuted for illegally registering to vote or not being qualified to vote. And the response is always, it's not widespread. And the problem with California, to be frank, our system sucks. It really does. We have universal vote by mail, we have no voter ID, and that is a recipe for fraud, and it makes it almost impossible to know how many people are eligible to vote in California. We've tried hard to audit the voter rolls. We have sued the state of California. The federal government's entitled to review those voter rolls, and they have stonewalled us. That case is before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals as we speak. And so we'd like to audit it. We want people to have confidence in these elections.
But let's be clear. The President of the United States said that there's cheating going on in California. Do you have any evidence that there's cheating going on in California? Certainly cheating big enough to turn the outcome of one of these elections.
Well, those are two very different questions. Absolutely, there is evidence that people are cheating, 100%. We have multiple investigations into people who are voted who should not have voted.
Are there any people in particular? Are you bringing any?
There will be charges. I'm not prepared to announce them yet, but we do have open investigations into voter fraud. There's no question
turning
that
my mic off.
In California, we just prosecuted and announced charges
that way I can
against
talk
one
normal.
individual about a month ago who was registering
this one
homeless
says,
people to vote in downtown
we
LA.
call them slurs. They are not nice.
False addresses to vote. So there's no question there's voter fraud. The question
I don't know what it says
that you
exactly.
said is very important. Is it widespread? Will it affect an outcome of election? We don't know. The system is not designed to detect or prevent fraud. The system sucks. And the president is frustrated, as are we. I was very outspoken about this in the legislature. And the legislature
monsters take a minute to spawn, so hurry up,
voters
please.
will have a chance to potentially change the system.
We'll get started. I'm eating tuna.
It's up to them.
Okay, and just
okay,
one
put
more
it down
time.
for 2 seconds.
He says that there is cheating, and that there's
all right,
an
let me know when you're ready.
investigation into that cheating by your office.
No.
Can you confirm that?
I'm not going to discuss any specific investigation. I will tell you that we do have, in general, we do have investigations, and we are looking to charge people relatively soon for election fraud.
Okay, let's talk about something that you are prepared to talk about,
Yes.
and a case that just happened yesterday. Really an extraordinary case in Orange County of an Iranian-American dual citizen who was living in a $35 million house that you raided yesterday. This is that gentleman. Talk to us about what you're charging him with and what you say he was
living large.
Yeah, this is really a shocking case. I mean, he's a dual citizen. He's here. He's living in the U.S. in this mansion like a king.
Man is guilty of luxury.
A wonderful person. This is Anton, and I guess let's start with a question. Let me ask you this. What do you think of when you think of fog? Or basically what comes to mind when you imagine fog, or some kind of a foggy morning, or when you find yourself inside the fog,
in the sky,
in a forest or something. And well, actually, independent of your answer, I'm pretty certain that what we're going to be discussing today, based on this new study, is going to completely blow your minds and change your perspective on the fog forever.
Oh
and
my
that's because
God.
Despite all expectations and despite all
we're in the
preconceptions,
barbarian
turns
basement.
out that fog is life. Okay, so I might have to dissect this a little bit and go through each individual step just so that it makes a little bit more sense. And that's because, in a nutshell, according to this new research and a lot of evidence behind it, at least certain types of fog, or essentially this unusual wet air that most of us have experienced before, is far more alive than we previously believed, and is far from being just some kind of a weather phenomenon.
It's a cloud!
It literally seems to be a living, growing microhabitat that's actually quite biodiverse and contains a lot of things in it that most of us have never been aware of. And so today we're going to discuss this study from 2026 that officially reveals that bacteria aren't just sometimes found in fog, they seem to thrive in it, and seem to create a very unusual ecosystem that may also be responsible for a lot of beneficial effects, including cleaning our air. But before we discuss the study and the biology behind this, let's discuss the basics in regards to fog itself. So, what is it and how does it form? And so let's discuss the physics first. And scientifically, fog is basically just a visible aerosol. It consists of tiny water droplets or tiny crystals of ice suspended in the air extremely close to the Earth's surface. Or at least that's the official physical definition. And well, in some sense, you can think of it as a low-flying cloud that just happens to be touching the ground.
There's a weird
And normally, fog forms when water vapor condenses in some kind of a region, usually involving what we refer to as a condensation nuclei. Very tiny bits of particles, normally some kind of a dust, ice, or even salt, that results in the formation of these near-Earth clouds. And by definition, there are several different types of fog, such as, for example, the advection fog, which happens when the moist air passes over a cool surface, or radiation fog, which forms on a calm, clear night as the ground cools down. And while most of the focus in this study is actually on this radiation fog, which, just as a side note, has nothing to do with radiation such as X-rays or gamma rays, and instead is just a very common type of fog that usually forms overnight. And it normally requires clear skies, high humidity,
it's by the
and
cart.
somewhat calm winds.
It's at the bottom of the stairs
National
over
Weather
here.
Service actually has this schematic summarizing 3 different types of fog.
Oh, there's another thing. It's very scary.
Fog that's so interesting because here the air is stagnant, and it basically means that bacteria found inside this fog did not just come from somewhere else because there was wind, but instead were local and came from the same region where the fog started.
it exploded.
In other words, by finding something inside of this fog, it must have come from the same location. And on top of this, physically, fog is also really important for a lot of different ecosystems, such as forests. For example, the famous redwoods in California.
I don't know what's going on!
Iconic for their humongous size, get approximately 40% of their moisture from various types of fogs and not just from groundwater. So basically we know that fog is already a very important part of the planetary life support system. But this study also discovers that it's not just a life support, it is life itself. Or basically it's an ecosystem and a kind of a home for a lot of different species. And so here a team of researchers from the Arizona State University and Susquehanna University spent approximately 2 years sampling radiation fog in Pennsylvania. And obviously making some really unexpected discoveries. Because here they studied the fog by collecting samples inside of it, using the setup you see right here. And in each millimeter of fog water, they managed to detect approximately 1 million bacterial gene copies. To put that into perspective, this is roughly the same concentration of bacteria you're actually going to also find inside an ocean or a lake. In other words, this confirms
game's hard
that
as
when you
fuck,
walk through a
bro.
thick fog, you're essentially walking through an aquatic environment as densely populated as your typical ocean. But here's the additional question, I guess. Are these bacteria just stuck in here, or are they actually thriving here? Or basically, are they here because they were captured by fog, or is fog their official home? And to find out, scientists did two things. First, they looked at the size of the cells in order to determine what the cells were doing. And the bacteria inside fog droplets seem to be significantly larger than the ones found in dry air around the fog. In
Like, there was
biology,
ones
finding
where
larger
literally all
cells
the stuff
usually
spawned
means
in the
that they're
first room.
preparing to divide and are basically being active
So that's what I was just
and
trying
are
to get.
thriving in the environment. Second, they also measured something known as FDC, frequency of dividing cells. And here they found
That's
that
a jewel
bacteria
on the
in
ground I
fog
dropped.
droplets were dividing at much
to the
higher
cart.
rates than those in the dry air in the
Wendy,
vicinity,
vote in
which
the poll.
basically strongly suggests that these droplets seem to be a potential aquatic microhabitat where life is actively growing and is using these conditions for their propagation. Or basically, a lot of these bacteria seem to prefer to live inside fog and not around it. With, I guess, the next question being, okay, so what kind of bacteria we're talking about here, and what has been found so far? Well, right now the study found that a genus called Methylobacterium seems to consistently dominate the fog. These are actually specialized methylotrophs, resembling something like this, that seem to
Are we
survive
like little
by
robots?
consuming C1 compounds, or basically simple molecules like
what's the
methane,
story?
or in this case, surprisingly, formaldehyde. And formaldehyde,
What's my
as
character
you might
motivation?
know, is not particularly healthy and actually represents a major pollutant in certain regions and especially in the atmosphere. As a matter of fact, it can be toxic to both
Oh, it doesn't
bacteria
matter.
and of course humans. But Methylobacterium, and especially the ones living inside the fog, appear to be acting as a natural
much more do you need
detoxification
in the
hub,
cart?
consuming formaldehyde as their main source. With researchers discovering that these bacteria were actively breaking down formaldehyde at rates up to 200 times faster
Why was I
than what
spinning?
was previously measured in the clouds. In other words,
It's a
they were
music
actively
box.
using it and removing it from the atmosphere. And this is, of course, a major
Stop.
discovery, specifically for atmospheric chemistry.
Stop it.
It means that while we often think of chemical reactions in the air as being purely inorganic chemistry or basically
Oh my
dead
God.
chemistry, there is actually a biological component cleaning the air in ways we never expected, and especially if
Fuck
there
this
is
thing.
fog. In other words, it essentially means that fog is way more
That's so
important and
fucking
way
annoying.
more crucial than we ever thought. On top of this raises a question of, okay, so what does this mean for the practice of fog harvesting? The practice of using nets to collect fog for example, drinking water or for crops. Well, in the past, we used to think that this water was sterile and was potentially very clean to drink. But based on this discovery, this is far from true. It seems to be teeming with life, some of which could be potentially pathogenic and dangerous. In other words, based on this particular study, it suggests that a lot of things we knew about fog might have been kind of incorrect. And also confirming that a lot of these microbial passengers that we actually thought were passive, this is the idea referred to as aerobiome, or basically microbes in the air, seem to be very active and possibly more active than their
Oh my
cousins
God.
on Earth. And this was definitively confirmed by observing 32 specific events during a 2-year period. So this is not something that just happened once. It happened pretty much every single time. With all of the fog water collected being consistently and heavily enriched with this very specific photoheterotrophic microbe referred to as Methylobacterium, with the bacterial growth and division only being affected by temperature. Although its use of formaldehyde is potentially not to use it as food, but instead they just break it down because it's toxic to them, and so they actually convert it into carbon dioxide. So it's mostly converted for protective purposes and not to produce energy. With the overall conclusion from the study being that we should really start characterizing fogs as dynamic functional aquatic microhabitats. Not just some kind of a physical phenomenon, and instead a biological phenomenon full of life. And here, naturally, this also has just a bit of implication for potential alien life somewhere out there, and specifically Venus. And that's because for many decades, astrobiologists debated whether microbial life could also permanently reside and survive in the clouds on other planets, like for example on Venus. As you might have heard from other videos,
I destroyed everything in the car.
This region is approximately 55 kilometers above the surface, where the overall atmospheric conditions are actually extremely similar to planet Earth.
Alright, we'll try
same
one
pressure,
more time
same temperature,
to get
and
lucky
relatively
with
same
everything in the first
composition,
room.
except that maybe a little bit more acidic. And so by proving that microbes seem to easily survive and thrive by being suspended in the atmosphere here on Earth, we now have at least one piece of evidence that a very similar atmospheric habitability could happen somewhere else.
Catch.
In other words, similar bacteria and similar microbes could be thriving on Venus right now. And
A
we
giant
might find
surprise
out if
toy
they're doing
egg!
this in the next few years.
Eat the
as
frying
these
egg!
mission missions
Frying
finally
pan.
go there to explore the
Frying
atmosphere.
pan.
And so this incredible discovery of
Frying pan.
life inside fog
Frying
reminds
pan.
us that life on Earth is extremely persistent. As a matter of fact, in the last decade, it's been discovered in
Pick
a
up the
lot of
dummy,
different
baby.
places where nobody ever expected life to exist. For example, not so long ago, we discussed the so-called deep biosphere. This was based on a 10-year study involving 1,000 scientists
Is it hurting
that
you at all?
revealed that inside the Earth's surface, underneath our feet, there seems to be way more bacterial life than inside all of the world's oceans combined. And some of it can actually be kilometers in depth underneath our feet and survive there for millions of years. You can find some of the videos about this in the description. As a matter of fact, at least one study discovered bacteria and archaea living 5 kilometers deep inside the crust, with these organisms never seeing light and never using light, and instead surviving by breaking down chemical bonds
Frying pan.
inside rocks, minerals, and methane. And surprisingly, some of these microbes seem to have extremely slow life cycles, actually lasting thousands of years. Basically existing in a kind of a near stasis state, or essentially almost always asleep, simply because there's just
I don't
not
like
enough
how
energy
fuzzy they
available
are.
for more active lifestyles. And well, even more surprisingly, it's not
They
just
scare me.
bacteria. At least one type of a worm, or specifically a nematode, a microscopic worm, was discovered 1.4 kilometers deep inside a South African gold mine. And so here we have at least one complex animal living in total darkness and crushing pressure. So it's not just fog and not just atmosphere, it's also Earth's crust. And that's of course on top of discovering life in some of the most extreme places, such as various acidic hot springs, or the famous Pitch Lake in Trinidad, that's literally a lake of toxic asphalt.
Sick.
And here, every single gram of this
Hey, I
black
found a
goo
gold turd.
contains up to 10 million microbes
where is it?
that seem to also thrive in these toxic conditions.
We need to
Not to
both
mention
drag
that even deep inside Antarctica, in places like the Lake Vostok, life has been discovered living in complete isolation for millions of years. So yeah, life always finds a way. But still, the most exciting discovery from all of this is of course something that we kind of took for granted. Something that was always seen as a kind of a nuisance for pilots and drivers, or possibly
think
a
all we gotta
backdrop
do is dodge the
for a
walls.
horror movie, turned out to be super important and much more alive than we thought. And so fog seems to be a floating aquatic habitat supporting massive
We
amounts
should get
of
as much
active
as we
growing
can.
bacteria that may also play a vital role for
You have
cleaning
to regrab
toxins from the air we breathe. And so when it comes to understanding fog, this literally changes
think we're gonna be able to
everything.
put it
It's
in.
not just some kind of a weather phenomenon, it's literally someone's home. But as researchers continue to find more
No.
similar discoveries
It
and
lost
more
100.
similar unusual biospheres, at some point we're probably going to be forced to redefine what the word biosphere means. Because in this case, it seems to represent a lot of extreme conditions that we never considered. On that note, once we find out something else, we'll discuss this in some of the future videos. Until then, check out some of the previous videos in the description, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the show on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM it
We
directly,
always get 8K.
or by joining the channel
Oh, no, we got
for
10K.
early access. You can also support the
That
show
time.
by buying the Wonderful Person
Alright.
t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
Love that it was the golden turd that did it.
That worked out perfectly. Did you hear a monkey? Okay, I got 2 stamina upgrades.
Fuck, the frying pan is 17,000. What'd you get?
2 staminas.
Okay.
What do you think? A grenade?
How much is it? 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get a grenade. And maybe a stun or something. Or, yeah, fuck it, 2 grenades. Done. 10k.
In the past, we've talked about how drones have come to dominate different parts of the Ukrainian battlefield. Shorter range systems like FPVs and rotary bombers have helped turn much of the front line and the areas immediately behind it into a drone-saturated kill zone.
Kill you.
While heavier systems and cruise missiles with ranges measured in the hundreds or thousands of kilometres have become a defining feature of the strategic and economic side of the war. But in between those tactical battles at the front line and strategic strikes into the deep rear, 2026 has seen a massive ramp up in drone strike activity going after the operational depths in between. Here, a lot of the targets aren't frontline forces, but the depots and supply lines that sustain them. A battle not so much of trenches and tree lines as trucks and trains. And so today, we're going to turn our attention to Ukraine's new middle-range strike or mid-strike effort, including the technology and production effort that's helped make it possible to threaten transportation links that might be hundreds of kilometres from the front line, some of the effects we're already starting to see on the battlefield, and what it potentially means for the critical supply lines that for so long have been sustaining the Russian military effort. To do that, we'll start by going over what the mid-range fight actually is and why the Ukrainians are devoting so many resources to it. Then look at some of the primary tools and tactics that are being used and how they've evolved over time, before zooming in on arguably the most interesting of the mid-range strike efforts, which is the one in the south, where we've seen the Ukrainians.
Do you know what I mean if I say blender cutting?
People go out and shoot with 8 cameras, then they go in the editing room and just throw it in a blender and then just blah, 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 blah.
That's Thelma Shoemaker, the editor of most of Martin Scorsese's movies and one of the greatest editors of all time. You can find examples of this that are so extreme they've become memes. Fast editing itself isn't necessarily the problem. Even Thelma uses quick cuts effectively at times.
You can stop
So
streaming
what's
to
really
YouTube
missing
and Twitch.
here?
Marty keeps saying, what happened to the shop?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
The shot begins as they drag